The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will kindly retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Clyde W. Ellis, Jr., Mount Olive Baptist Church, Woodbridge. Reverend Ellis, welcome.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the wisdom and promises of Scripture, and we ask that the leaders of our state be guided by these words of prayer as they lead, influence, and make decisions for our state, as well as wrestle with the challenges of balancing budgets and the many issues before them today. We pray for wisdom and strength of character for our state Senate, who together provides leadership for the citizens of Virginia. We pray that our state leaders will lead with compassion and love and be forever aware of their huge responsibility to the people of Virginia. May their decisions be positive, morally sound, inspirational, and filled with compassion, love, and respect. Keep them ever mindful of the diversity of the state's population, that they may serve without bias and be prepared to reach beyond traditional boundaries of service to meet all people in their time of need and to lead them into a bright and optimistic future. Keep them ever also mindful of their influence, particularly upon this state's young people, so that future generations will be equipped to become effective leaders who will also share a strong vision of a godly state with a bright and optimistic future. And lastly, Heavenly Father, we thank our leaders for their personal commitment and dedication as they enact policies, develop a vision for the days and years ahead, and help create an exciting future for our state. We ask that you bless our senators with strength for the task. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. The clerk will call the roll. All those present will please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Saturday, February 25th, 2017.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The time has come to take up matters for the morning hour and welcome guests to the gallery. The senior senator from Richmond, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have a wonderful guest with us in the Senate gallery today. Mr. Jim McCool is the gentleman who prints and frames all of the commending and memorial resolutions that we have done here in the Senate. He does a phenomenal job. If you've ever had one done, I'm sure you have. It is Mr. McCool who does that great work, and he does it from his place of business in Bon Air in Chesterfield County in my district. We're very happy to have him here with us today. And Mr. McCool is joined by his wife, Dorothy McCool, and their granddaughter, Mary Purser. And I ask that we offer the McCool family the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would Mr. Jim McCool, Dorothy McCool, and Mary Purser please rise? Thank you all so much for being with us this afternoon, and also thanks for all the great work that you've done. It is certainly a source of pride for us when we go out and present these resolutions to our constituents, and you make them look so good. So we appreciate that. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Mr. Jim McCool, his wife Dorothy McCool, and granddaughter Mary Purser the warm welcome of the Senate. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteph.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, joining us today with one of my legislative aides is Grayson Pierce. He's a junior in high school over at Cape Henry Collegiate. he's doing a job shadowing program today. He's an aspiring political science student, varsity baseball player, Model UN member, Sunday school leader at Grace Bible Church, and National Honor Society member. With that, I hope we give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would Grayson Pierce please rise? Grayson, thanks for being with us today, and have a little bit of familiarity with Cape Henry. My wife, Ms. Pam Northam, taught at Cape Henry for a number of years, and both of our children graduated from Cape Henry. So what a wonderful educational opportunity you have, and we certainly wish you the best, and thanks for being with us today. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Mr. Grayson Pierce the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, giving our opening invocation this morning was the Reverend Pastor Clyde Ellis. Reverend Ellis joins us from Mount Olive Baptist Church, which is in Prince William County in Woodbridge. He's up there in the gallery with his wife, June, who was a teacher in Prince William County for 33 years. Reverend Ellis is a United States Army veteran, received his ordination in June of 1989, within about a week of when I graduated high school, I think. He served as the pastor at Mount Olive now since I think 2001. And he gives such powerful sermons that they've now exceed the size of their church. And they had to move to Freedom High School to hold the flock. But we appreciate him starting us off well today, and I would hope you give him the warm welcome to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would Reverend Clyde Ellis and his wife, June Ellis, please rise? Reverend Ellis, thank you very much for being with us today and getting us off to a good start. Thank you for your service in the United States Army. I know you were in field artillery. And to your wife, Ms. Ellis, thank you so much for all the years you gave in teaching. I know both of you together have touched a large number of lives, so we appreciate all that you've done. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering the Reverend Clyde W. Ellis and his wife, June Ellis, the warm welcome of the Senate. Is there any other business for the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will please call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, April 5th, 2017. Senate bills with governor's recommendations. Senate Bill 800.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take there are 4 amendments here, Mr. President, and I'd ask that and make such a motion that we take up 1 through 3 in a block, please.
Without objection, amendments 1 through 3 will be taken up in a block.
Okay. Mr. President, I now move that we adopt the governor's recommendations and those amendments 1, 2, and 3. Basically, those strengthen and make more clear the coverage to include employers who disclose information about direct primary care agreement that they market. It's a consumer protection for that patient that enrolls or enters these agreements. So what they did was, after line 26, they added, and any employer with direct primary care agreements for its employees, clarifying. The second amendment then reuses the word or employees. And then, like I said, the other pertains to marketing materials that they market to those patients with regard to primary care agreements. So for those reasons, I now move once again that amendments 1 through 3 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall amendments 1 through 3 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0. Rule 36-1. The amendments are agreed to. The senator from Franklin County.
Yes, Mr. President, now with the recommendation that we reject amendment number 4, I now move that we adopt the governor's recommendation. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I certainly want to thank the governor, His Excellency, for working with us as hard as he has on Senate Bill 800. Senate Bill 800 is very important, Mr. President, in terms of allowing direct primary care agreements to exist between patient and doctor outside of insurance. It's not insurance. It's going to be a great help in the rural areas in rural health care to make sure that we're keeping the costs low and encouraging those patients to go to their doctor for primary care and to take a stake in their health outcomes. But the Fourth Amendment, Mr. President, seeks to put the enforcement of these agreements in the Consumer Protection Act. And as you know, the gentleman from Mount Vernon and Fairfax, my friend Senator Sherville knows, and he probably likes it, the Consumer Protection Act allows lawyers to make a lot of money, treble damages, and quite frankly, having that under that guise and also having the Attorney General oversee these in the enforcement of them would discourage these primary care agreements from ever occurring. Doctors are just not going to want to get into them. So I think the enforcement should be of these provisions in the primary care agreement should be with the Board of Medicine, which already oversees the conduct of physicians. And so with that, Mr. President, with the recommendation that we reject Amendment number 4, I move again for its adoption.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, addressing the amendment number 4.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I've certainly worked very closely with the senator from Franklin on this bill over the session here, and while we agree on 95% of it on this particular issue, I'm taking a little bit of a different perspective. I happen to agree with the senator from Eastern Fairfax that consumer protections are good, and that what we want to do here is to make sure that the consumers who sign on to these agreements do have the protections. There clearly is some oversight and regulation through the Board of Medicine on these types of things. It doesn't go quite as far as you would get with the Consumer Protection Act provisions here, and so I would encourage the body to accept Amendment number 4 here. If we don't do this, I think we may have to come back and revisit that next year, but hopefully we can deal with it now, and if we need to correct that next year, we could do that as well.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall Amendment 4 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
16, noes 23, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 16, noes 23. Rule 36-1, the amendment is rejected.
Senate Bill 812.
Mr. President,
The senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
having voted on the prevailing side, which we passed amendments 1 through 3 in a block, in order for my seatmate to have a vote recorded, I ask that we reconsider the vote due to technical amendments, not due to lack of attention.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which amendments 1 through 3 were agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained that Senate Bill 800's Governor's Amendments 1 through 3 are technical in nature and clarify the role that employers play in obtaining these agreements for their employees, ensure that all parties to the agreements know what services are provided for the agreement, I now move that we adopt the Governor's recommendations of the Amendments 1 through 3.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Amendments 1 through 3 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1. The amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 812.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the governor's amendments. They're merely technical in nature. These two words, grounded and grounding, were omitted when it was turned into the substitute, and they need to be restored. And I would again move that we accept the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 854.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, Senate Bill 854, so that you'll remember, is kind of a combination. Delegate Lupasi had a bill which allows for defer payment of court cost or installment payment of court cost for defendants who have fines, court costs, forfeitures, penalties, restitution. Allow people to get onto payment plans in hopes that they do not lose their license. My bill had where we did not send those delinquent accounts to collections. We used to send them after 30 days. That would cost the Commonwealth and localities money. My bill extended it to 90. We combined those two together, and the governor's action really, I think, are very good in addressing how we make these payment plans more effective. Amendments 1 and 2 revert the timing of when the payment plans are offered to the defendants back to 30 days. That way, they can get into the payment plan and their license won't be suspended. Right now, the dates would have allowed the license to be suspended and then for them to get into a payment plan. Amendment 3 clarifies the length and amount of payments that are there, and they shall not be based solely on the amount of fines owed. And that allows some flexibility in how we create those deferred and payment over time agreements. Amendment 4 clarifies that you don't have to put a down payment on the fine to enter the initial payment plan. So you don't have to put some money down and go forward because we have people that are truly indigent, can't afford even anything at the time that they may be convicted of these traffic offenses. Amendments 5, 6, and 7 lower the maximum down payment that are paid if a court requires them with regard to restitution based on the amount owed. That is 10% in fines of cost if it's $500 or less, and that's only if a court orders it, or 5% of the fines of cost if it's more than $500, whichever is greater. Amendment 8 strikes the sentence that would have allowed courts to require a higher down payment. So really, it makes it even more reasonable and affordable for the person to get into the deferred payment without losing their license. Amendments 9 and 10 clarify that a hearing is not required for any defendant convicted to request a modification or to get in to modify the payment plan that he has. That merely a request to modify any payment plan in place will be in writing in a form provided by the Secretary of the Supreme Court, and then motion is not required. So we're not having to involve these people that enter in the plans to having to go to court again. Amendments 11 and 12 regard those defendants who have defaulted on initial payment plans. They're required to then make a down payment before the court will even reconsider their reinstatement. So based on that lengthy explanation, and I apologize because I know we're going to have a long day, but I think it's important because what it's doing is trying to give every opportunity to that defendant with traffic court fines and costs and restitution and other payments to keep their license, keep them working, and I think the governor has done a very good job. So I now renew my motion that we adopt all of these recommendations.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 864.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, with regard to Senate Bill 864, I'd move we accept the governor's amendments. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was the bill that actually made it a little bit easier for the judges in the district to appoint the members of the electoral board. And the practice has always been that each party in that district would submit 3 names to the judge, and they would pick from those 3 names, although it's not the law. The governor's amendment would actually make that the law. So each party would submit 3 names to the judge, and the name would be selected from those 3 names by the judge. I'd ask we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 898.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one's a little different matter, Mr. President. Senate Bill 898, as you all recall, was the bill to try to get Alexandria to stop dumping 130 million gallons of raw sewage into the river every year. Unfortunately, the governor, through his amendment, I guess he's going to veto it if we reject the amendments. But through his amendments, wants to extend that out to 2030, which is another 5 years past the deadline that I agreed to with the senator from Alexandria, which is the year 2025, which actually results in about another 750 million gallons of raw sewage going into the Potomac. Mr. President, it's just unconscionable. And I'm shocked that the governor would send these amendments down, quite frankly, and I would ask that we reject all 4 of them.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I rise for a motion.
Senator has the floor.
I move that amendments 2 and 4 be removed from the block and be taken up separately, and that amendments 1 and 3 be voted on together.
Okay, Senator, did you want 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4 individually, or 2 and 4 together?
2 and 4 individually.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Did you want to speak to that, Senator?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the amendments in general. I don't know if the patron would like to speak first.
You have the floor.
Okay. In general on this bill, we all know after extensive discussion that the CSO problem in Alexandria and elsewhere is very serious and needs to be solved. And Alexandria's citizens, city council, and the governor agree. We also know that this is a problem for more than 800 other historic cities, including Richmond and Lynchburg, which have both been working on CSOs for some time. According to DEQ, Lynchburg has been underway for at least 27 years, and even after Lynchburg has completed its work, it will still emit 68 million gallons per year of CSO. Richmond has been underway for 30 years so far. So the issue is whether we're going to require an aggressive but achievable deadline and a deliberate, intelligent, and realistic solution in line with 2 engineering firms, both who have worked with scores of cities actually doing CSO across the country, or whether we'll impose an arbitrary deadline that the engineering firms say simply can't be met. Now, in terms of those who are wondering what the city's doing, Alexandria's sewer rates are slated to increase by at least 500% over the next 10 years to pay for these public works projects that could total as much as $400 million. And that's just for the city sewer fee. That doesn't include the separate water treatment plant fee, which I'm sure will increase as well. Alexandria, you might remember, is dealing with 4 separate outflows, 4 of them. They were in the planning stage for 3 of them before any bills were introduced in this session. And further, before this session, Alexandria's City Council had voted to voluntarily agree to accelerate planning earlier than the Federal Clean Water Act calls for on the 4th, outfall number 1, which is the point of contention. And I just wanted to quote an email I received yesterday from a member of Alexandria's Environmental Policy Commission, Joy Pachatila, who is an original author of Alexandria's Environmental Action Plan. She wrote to me that I'm very concerned that sewage from Alexandria's combined sewer system continues to dump in our waterways and believe the city should move more urgently to address this problem. As written, however, the bill agreed to, in conference, imposes an arbitrary and unattainable deadline of July 1st, 2025 to complete remediation work. And since we adjourned, the city had gotten an opinion from the second engineering firm, as I mentioned. So I'm not going to speak anymore until we come up to amendment number, the second group.
Fairfax County. The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to comment on this. I was really taken aback when I realized that out of Alexandria, we have this tremendous outflow of sewage that runs down the Potomac, basically from the D.C. area all the way to the Chesapeake Bay and pollutes the Chesapeake Bay. I'm not into all the technicalities of it, but I do know that we're talking about millions and millions of gallons of raw sewage being dumped into the Potomac River. And we have got to start holding jurisdictions accountable. I'm not overly sensitive to little things, but when you're talking about raw sewage in rivers and in lakes and so forth where children are swimming and that sort of thing. We've got to put a stop to it. And the only way is to set a reasonable deadline. There may be things that will come up that we have to look at later, but for now, we need to set a deadline and hold their feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, I live in Hampton Roads. That's where all this stuff comes down, okay? And we've had to expend millions and millions of dollars in Hampton Roads. Onancock had a brand new facility built there. I served with Senator Wagner and Senator Hanger on the Chesapeake Bay Commission. We understand how important the health of the Bay is. And to put this off for another 5 years, I think is just absolutely insane. Alexandria is one of the wealthiest communities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And if anybody can afford to do this, it's them. So I would hope that we would stick with the original bill. Senator Stewart worked very hard on this, was very accommodating with the other localities. And I just feel that these amendments are way beyond what they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Addressing the amendments number 1 and 3 here.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm sure that when we get to amendment number 2, there will be a discussion about different engineering studies and different consultants coming up with different conclusions about the time period in which this reasonably can be completed. It seems to me that particularly in terms of amendment number 3, that what it does is provide the flexibility to say whatever time period we come up with, whether it's 2025 or 2027 or some other time period, that it provides the Department of Environmental Quality, our experts who do this type of thing, the ability to adjust that if it needs to be extended and it's no fault of the jurisdiction, in this case Alexandria, why it couldn't be completed within that time period. So it seems to me that it's highly important and highly proper for us to be able to give our regulators, who are the experts in this, not us, the ability to make those decisions at the point when if there should be an issue later on.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you. Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as the senior senator from Chesapeake mentioned, we are on the Chesapeake Bay Commission, and I can't tell you how many meetings we met and the extent to what we try to look at to remove nitrogen and phosphorus from the bay. And think about what we're saying here in this bill. 8 years. Are you telling me that in 8 years we can't get a project accomplished? Think about that, 8 years. It's unbelievable in my mind that we can't move forward and get something that's putting this much nitrogen, this much phosphorus, this much fecal matter into the Potomac River, and all the water activity that goes down there, the oystering and the fishing and the crabbing that goes on further down in the Potomac River, that we can't address this issue for the issue it should be. I begin to wonder what happens if Senator Stewart hadn't put in this bill. If it hadn't come to the attention of this body, would it have ever been treated? Would it have ever been looked at? This is not something that started yesterday or 2 years ago. When I got here 25 years ago, this was an issue. And I know in my area, we worked and we charged those that use our system in the entire Hampton Roads region a princely sum to pay back for the amount of investment that we put into our systems in Hampton Roads to meet the limits that we were set to limit. And we move forward and we attain that. And you know what we're seeing? We're seeing real positive results in the water quality in the Chesapeake Bay. Real positive results. And it's shown and reported in report after report after report. I look at what Washington, D.C. has done in fixing their sewage treatment problem. And here we have in our own backyard something that if my seatmate hadn't brought to the attention of this body, probably would continue on and on and on. I say 8 years is long enough. If we can't figure out how to do this in 8 years, we got some serious engineering problems and we got some serious other problems in this state if we can't figure out how to solve this problem that's been solved in Hampton Roads, that's been solved in Washington, D.C., that's being solved in Richmond and being solved in Lynchburg, that we can't figure out how to do this in Alexandria. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. If nobody else wishes to speak, Mr. President, I would renew my motion that we reject the governor's amendments 1 and 3, which is what I believe the senator from Alexandria has brought up. And speaking briefly to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we talked about this before, and I know that Mr. President's familiar with this, having spent a lot of time on the water. But my constituents suffer from flesh-eating bacteria, Vibrio vulnificus, Giardia, and I will tell you that that is largely attributable to the fecal matter that's being dumped into the river and going on down into the bay. This is a real public health issue. And frankly, I have to say this, and I'm shocked at the hypocrisy about some who claim to support the environment. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm a conservationist. I believe in taking care of what God gave us. And we're not taking care of it. We have a responsibility to take care of it. You need to reject these amendments. This gives them until 2030 to clean this mess up and stop dumping all this sewer in the river. It's unconscionable. I'm not that old, but I think it was JFK who said by the end of the decade, we're going to put a man on the moon. So in less than 10 years, we could put a man on the moon, but we can't fix a doggone sewer pipe in 8 years? I reject that entirely. I hope that you all will vote to reject these amendments.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that amendments 1 and 3 be rejected, the question is, shall they be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Or have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 10, noes 29, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 10, noes 29, Rule 36-1. The amendments 1 and 3 are rejected. The senator from Alexandria, did you want to speak to the other two amendments? You have the floor.
Speaking to the extension by 2 years of the date in the bill from 2023 to, from 2025 to 2027. And I want to address a few things that were said that I think need correcting. As I said, there are 2 studies that say it can't be done in less than a time. But I think a few people who spoke forgot when they said, how come Alexandria has been doing this, has to do it so quickly. It's been a problem in Lynchburg and Richmond as well, and they've taken 30 years before it's completed. It's not completed. And I don't recall any outrage over those other CSOs in my 14 years here. And I would remind the senator from Virginia Beach who said that this wouldn't be addressed if not for this bill. 3 of the 4 CSOs were already under DEQ permitting being planned, being addressed, and that Alexandria had volunteered to address CSO number 1 earlier than required. And I would also say to the senator from Chesapeake, this is not a matter of money. We're not talking about money today. It's just a matter of what can be done and whether we're going to hold someone to something that's not possible. Why pass a bill that says you're going to do something that's not possible? Let's make this realistic. If you want to light a fire under Alexandria, pass this. We don't know what's going to happen if it doesn't pass. But if you're going to vote for anything, I would vote for this one.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Speaking to the amendments.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the folks that live just south of this pipe. And I live just south. I live about 4 miles away from all these discharges. My father was born in Mount Vernon. He told me that when he was a child, he tried to fish in the river, but he couldn't catch anything because there really wasn't a whole lot in it that could live. The Potomac River was an open sewer back then. When I was a kid, my dad bought a little 14-foot boat we kept across the river. I went out one day to try and fix the depth finder on the back. The depth finder sits just below the water. I stuck my hands in the water to fix the depth finder, and I couldn't see my hands. That's the Potomac River. The water's not clear. It's full of green and brown muck. It's so full of nutrients, you can't see anything. I don't even know how fish can breed in this stuff. Every year I go out with the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries in my district to do the snakehead survey. We ride around in the boat and they shock all the fish and we catch snakeheads. And I'm always struck by when we go down the shoreline, how many of my constituents are out there fishing, sitting on the banks, fishing, probably catching their dinner. People use this as a source of food. They use it for recreation. It is an asset, not just to my constituents, but to the entire Commonwealth. A gentleman from Stafford has a whole lot of people that make their living on that river. Now, the existing bill, what you've already voted for, allows 150 million gallons a year to go in for 8 years. The existing bill allows 1.2 billion gallons of raw sewage to go into the Potomac River. I think, if you do the math, that comes out to about over 1,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools of raw sewage in the Potomac River that we've already voted for. This amendment says, well, let's let them do another 300 million gallons. Let's let them do another 400 Olympic-sized swimming pools of raw sewage into our natural asset that we so many people value. To me, that's not acceptable. I've heard from the Mount Vernon Citizens Association, which represents about 120,000 people in my district. I've heard from the Mount Vernon Lee Chamber of Commerce, who says they have members not only from Mount Vernon, but also from Alexandria, who all unanimously do not like these amendments. The Potomac River Keepers are the ones who first brought this to my attention back in the summer. And let's just talk about how this started. Alexandria, they are trying to fix 3 of their 4 pipes, but they didn't want to fix the 4th pipe, the biggest pipe, the pipe that puts 70 million gallons a year in the water. They had no plan for that. They had no plan. Their plan was, as reflected in the Senator from Alexandria's first bill, to study it till 2029 and then come up with a plan. That was the original proposal. Alexandria did not get serious about this problem until after the session started. I wrote them a letter. I met with their city council. I met with their staff back in the fall. I was told we got other priorities. We got a metro station we got to fund. We got schools we got to build. This sewer pipe is not a priority. I talked to DEQ. They told me there were some legal issues associated with Orinoco Bay because it's right on the Potomac River and it's a little tiny piece of Virginia water on a massive river that D.C. governs. They thought a statutory solution would be the better solution for this, which is why my bill got introduced, Delegate Albo's bill got introduced, Delegate Lingenfelter's bill got introduced, and ultimately Senator Stewart's bill got introduced. That's how we got here, because the city was refusing to act. And they didn't get serious until they knew we were serious. Now, in terms of the time, 8 years versus 10 years, I think the gentleman from Stafford nailed it on the head. But I just want to just understand for a second what it is they have to do. I've heard they have to build a tank that's, I think, about the size of a high school gymnasium, is what I've heard described. When I looked at some of their other plans for their other pipes, they're talking about a 2 million gallon tank, or 1 million to 2 million gallon tank, okay? That's equal to a room about the size of a quarter acre, about 26 feet high. And they got to build that room to put all that stuff in. They got to build a pipe about 6 blocks to get over the hill back into the regular sewer system to pump it out. That's what we're talking about. 8 years. They claim they can't build that room and a pipe in 8 years. I mean, the gentleman's right about the man on the moon. We built the Hoover Dam, I think, in 6. We built the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel in 4, and it's 23 miles long. We can do this. We can do this, and there was an engineering report that the River Keepers had secured, which said that they could do it in 6.5. If anyone wants to read it, I had this engineering report. Yeah, the city doesn't agree with it, and they got a problem with it.
Would the gentleman
this can be done. I'll be happy to yield for a question as soon as I'm done. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not, we're not living here in the third world. This is not Mexico. This isn't, we don't live in a state where we put our toilets in the river. This is the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's the United States of America, and citizens are willing to pay. They're willing to pay They're willing to pay what cost it takes to put their toilet water in a proper sewer. And we need to stick to the timeline. And I'm happy to yield.
Thank you. The senator from Alexander, Senator Eben.
Thank you. If the gentleman would yield.
He yields, Senator.
He referenced another study, and I wanted to ask him, did the firm that did that study have any experience at all with CSOs?
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
I would answer the gentleman. I didn't hire these people. I've not spoken to them. And I know that the gentleman called them up and cross-examined them, and I didn't inquire into their expertise. But they're a certified engineering firm. They have, I believe it says in the letter, that they have experience with sewage problems. And I would just note that the engineering letter that the city got never made sense to me to begin with. They list out a series of 6 steps, and they claim none of them can be done concurrently. And that's why they said that's why they said it would take 7 years. Some of these steps can be done at the same time. You don't have to go one after the other, after the other, after the other. Now, the city might like to do it that way, but you don't have to do it that way, and that's the problem I got.
The senator from Alexander.
For a further question.
Would the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Happy to yield.
He yields, Senator.
Could the gentleman explain to me how you can do the planning and before you know what the plan is, acquire the right-of-way?
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Which is what this other study says?
I would say to the gentleman, first of all, the city has done a series of public engagement on their 3 pipes, the 3 existing pipes. And in that study, they laid out a series of maps, and they've shown exactly which properties that they want to condemn. In fact, I have a constituent whose building is going to be taken down because of it. So I know the city has already done a lot of planning on pipe number 3. On the 4th pipe, there's a perfect place to put it. It's right under a park, right on the river. Or they could actually put the tank in the middle of the bay, which is what the city is actually talking about already doing with regard to outflow number 3, I believe. They want to put a tank out in the Potomac. But I'm not even sure condemnation is even required for what the city's proposing.
So just to clarify with one more question, sir.
Would the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Happy to yield.
He yields, Senator.
So if I understand correctly, the gentleman has decided what the solution should be and how this $400 million public works project should be done before the city has that expertise?
The senator from Fairfax.
Mr. President, I'd put it this way. One of the things I think makes our body great as compared with the one that's across the river from where I live is that we get things done down here. We pass bills, we pass a budget, we meet our deadlines, and we get out of here and go home. And the reason we do that is because we have a deadline. We have a deadline, and we want to get out of here and go back and make a living. And in Congress, they have no deadlines. They just kick everything down the road. They do continuing resolutions. They never pass anything. And you know what? I find that deadlines have a great way of motivating people, whether it's a budget, whether it's bills, or whether it's a lawsuit, which I deal with every day. Deadlines kind of have a habit of getting things done. And so I think the city they have a bunch of very creative professionals. They have plenty of good staff. I think they will find a good creative solution to solve this problem if we give them a good deadline.
Thank you.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reluctantly, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
All right. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you cannot compare Alexandria to Lynchburg or Richmond. Alexandria, I don't know exactly what the population is, but it's huge. And if you look at the single largest point source pollution area, it's Blue Plains. It puts more nitrogen, more phosphorus, more everything bad into the Potomac River, and that's not including what Alexandria is doing. We've held Lynchburg accountable. We've held Richmond accountable. We've held Hampton Roads accountable. Even places like I mentioned, Anancock, accountable to, I know that's kind of home to you, but we've held them accountable to clean up what is going into the Chesapeake Bay. I can't believe the Chesapeake Bay Foundation isn't here, jumping and screaming and yelling over this one. I know the Chesapeake Bay Commission, we've talked about this for years. But if you can't do it in 8 years, look, that's just not a reasonable argument. So, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that we will reject these amendments. It's time to hold people accountable, and I'm tired of having the sewage from Northern Virginia coming down to Hampton Roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we reject these two amendments as well. And I would like to incorporate what I said with regard to the other two amendments and with what the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax said. And Mr. President, I neglected to do this earlier, but I really want to commend the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax. He is a man of his with the strength of his convictions. I know that he has been beaten up a little bit on this issue by some of his colleagues and probably the governor as well. But he stood up and he's doing what's right, and I really appreciate the bipartisan nature that he and I have worked through this bill, and I hope that we can reject these two amendments as well.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, will the senator from Stafford resume the floor for the purpose of the question?
He yields, Senator.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, during the regular session we talked about this, and Lynchburg and Richmond have been through this. The commitment that was made at that time is that you would be supportive if an engineering study came through that was legitimate, that said they had to have another 2 years, that you would be supportive of extending it, but only after getting that type of review. Is that still the position?
Senator from Stafford.
Mr. President, I actually gave the gentleman from Alexandria my word, as well as the mayor of the city of Alexandria my word, that if they met with difficulties that were not created by them or not their own fault, I would certainly work to give them more time to accomplish this.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. Could I speak briefly
Absolutely,
to the bill?
Senator, you have the floor.
Mr. President, this has not been our fight, and we have been hopefully helpful to the city of Alexandria through the process. The city of Lynchburg has come up numerous times, and I just wanted to mention to you a couple of things. One, the city of Lynchburg raised their rates to an extraordinary rate for water and sewer 30 years ago. I was on city council the first time. One of the hardest decisions I made 30 years ago was to raise taxes, and it was for the CSO problem. During that time, this General Assembly has been very helpful to the city of Lynchburg and to Richmond. And oftentimes we've asked, what about Alexandria? And through the years, Alexandria did not want that funding. In other words, they didn't participate in those annual funding. They didn't participate in the Watkins bond bills. And part of that was because they didn't want to, at that time, start down this path. And I get it. Once you start down this path with $400 million, it's a tremendous path to go down. Mr. President, I have a lot of desire to help Alexandria. You guys helped me when we desperately needed it. We are in a consent agreement. We're basically at 97% done, and that's very good for the environment. It's been tough on our residents through this time. So, Mr. President, when it comes to item number 2, I feel a bit like Nicodemus. I'm almost persuaded. In other words, the 2 years might be right. And I would urge this legislature, if we end up coming back and it says that it's going to take not 2 years, but 3 years legitimately to get this done, we need to be willing to work with them to get that done. And I would hope with that and with the commitment from the senator that we would reject the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The concern I have here is that, we're putting something in the code, and then we're promising later on that, we might grant some extensions to it, and that's 4 or 5 years out potentially. We may not be here. We may forget all about what was set here today, but it's in the code. And I'm uncomfortable putting things in the code that we're going to somehow or another review at some future time to see if we're going to change it. I don't think that's generally the way we have done business here in the Senate. The better of the engineering reports say that this is necessary. Now, I voted against the first 2 amendments that came up, but I'm going to vote for these 2. I think it's reasonable. I think given the amount of time that the gentleman from Lynchburg knows how long this takes and knows how complicated this is, I don't think there's any difference between sewage in the James River and sewage in the Potomac River. But we have to treat ourselves in some kind of equity and make sure that we're given the right amount of time. The science is on the side of the gentleman from Alexandria, and I'd urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment very briefly.
The senator has the floor.
I do want to point out very quickly that since Richmond and Lynchburg have been compared to Alexandria, and there were several other big, expansive projects mentioned that were done in less than the time that Alexandria thinks it's going to take to do this. And I would point out that when we put a man on the moon, when we built the Hoover Dam, the federal government paid for it and committed to help get those projects done within that time frame. The General Assembly has been very generous to the City of Richmond and the City of Lynchburg, giving them funding to help them deal with their CSO problem. My memory, which could be incorrect, and I'm sure someone will correct me if it is wrong, Alexandria did seek some funding in 2009. Governor McDonald put it in the budget, and the General Assembly stripped it. So if we are going to hold Alexandria accountable, and I think we should, I think we need to recognize that at some point we might need to help them financially meet those requirements. And I understand that we're committed if they need more time to give them that more time, but we probably at some point are going to need to really think hard. Does that mean that we're going to also need to give them some financial assistance? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to vote on Amendment 2 individually. With the recommendation that Amendment 2 be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 14, noes 25, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 14, noes 25, Rule 36-1. The amendment number 2 is rejected. Does someone wish to speak on Amendment 4 before we ask for a vote? The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Very reluctantly, I rise to speak briefly, sir. Amendment number 4, which I think the senator from Spotsylvania explained, is that says we're going to enforce untreated sewage in state waters that is already illegal. So this would be focusing on straight pipes, which are another source of sewage in state waters. This is just requiring that when violations are brought to the agency's attention, DEQ, that we will have them enforce it. This broadens the positive environmental impact of the legislation to all watersheds in the Potomac by focusing on the problem of untreated sewage flowing directly from residences to surface water. So if we're serious about sewage, then there's no reason why we wouldn't enforce it here as well.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the amendment number 4 be rejected as well. And speaking to that briefly,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, unfortunately, what the governor's doing here is he's trying to divert the issue away from the real issue that the bill deals with, and that's the 150 million gallons a year of raw sewage that Alexandria continues to dump in the river. I don't even know what amendment number 4 means. I don't know if it's talking about somebody's house, if it's some other unpermitted activity. It's frustrating. Trying to divert attention away from the real issue by putting this amendment in that's frankly nonsensical, and I hope that we will reject it.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that Amendment 4 be rejected, the question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 15, noes 24, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 15, noes 24, Rule 36-1. The amendment is rejected. The senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't want to make this motion, but I feel compelled to because I've heard rumors that the governor is going to now veto this bill. So with that, Mr. President, I'd move that Senate Bill 898 be passed in its enrolled form.
Thank you, Senator. And the motion that is on the floor that it be passed in its enrolled form means that the governor would not be able to veto it. That takes a 2/3 majority, so that will take 27 votes. Okay? The senator from Stafford.
Mr. President, if you chose to support that motion, I assume we would be voting yay.
That's correct, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 898 be passed in its enrolled form? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 23, noes 16, Rule 36-1. The number of votes is not obtained to enroll the bill.
Senate Bill 962.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the governor's recommendation be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 962 requires out-of-state merchants who have inventory located in Virginia to register for and collect Virginia retail sales and use tax. The governor's action would add an emergency clause to this bill, which would allow the Department of Taxation to put this in effect in June, which would pick up another $900,000 for us in our revenues. So I would ask that the Senate agree to this recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1008.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the governor's recommendation be agreed to, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 1008 was an omnibus bill consolidating and clarifying what are the barrier crimes that we have in our code. Barrier crimes are used as a review mechanism for employment in direct service occupations. They impact areas such as child care, foster care, assisted living, and services for people with developmental disabilities. The governor's recommendations are actually technical in that they address changes that were needed to bring this in conformity with other legislation that passed through during this session of the General Assembly. So I would ask that we agree to the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1023.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate Bill 1023 was just a fairly innocuous little bill that had to do with sharing information on VSIN, and the governor has gone down and sent an amendment in the nature of a substitute trying to reenact the one gun a month law. Mr. President, I guess my first thing would be to ask for a parliamentary inquiry as to whether or not that amendment in the nature of a substitute is germane, since it has nothing to do with the original bill. It's not part of the same code section. Frankly, Mr. President, my bill wasn't even a gun bill. It had to do with the state of Maryland or other jurisdictions that don't recognize or give us reciprocity on our concealed handgun permits, sharing information in our VSIN network, the criminal information network that the state police operates. And so I would ask if the amendment in the nature of substitutes germane.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The tradition of the Senate is not to rule on germaneness when an amendment or a bill comes from another body. So we'll have an up or down vote on that.
Mr. President, this was my bill.
Yes.
But it didn't come from another body, Mr. President.
It came from the governor.
Oh, I
yes.
see. Okay.
I'm sorry. The junior senator from Loudoun, Senator Wexton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the substitute.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the governor has actually presented us with a wonderful opportunity here, and I hope that we take advantage of it. As you may recall, Virginia did have a one handgun a month law from 1993 till 2012, when I guess certain members of this body decided we didn't need it anymore because Virginia was no longer the #1 place on the eastern shore, on the eastern seaboard, and throughout the nation for criminals to purchase their weapons in bulk. Now, unfortunately, just since this bill was or just since the one handgun a month law was repealed in 2012, we are now once again that go-to state for gun trafficking. As you should be aware, in just this year, there were 200 weapons seized in an illegal gun sting that came from the Commonwealth of Virginia. And one of the defendants in that case bragged that in Virginia, there's so little in the way of laws. I can get 20 guns from the store tomorrow. I can do that Monday through Friday and continue to supply these illegal guns. So I would ask that the body accept the amendments in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. The senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I regret that I phrased my motion on Senate Bill 1023 inaccurately, and what I would like to request of the chair is if the chair would determine I'd like to withdraw my prior motion, Mr. President, and I'd like to offer a new one with regard to Senate Bill 1023.
You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to inquire as to whether or not the amendment in nature of a substitute offered by the governor violates the requirements of Article 4, Section 12 of the Constitution, which would commonly be referred to as a single object rule.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. After review of that, I find that the one object or single object rule is constitutional.
Mr. President.
The senator has the floor.
I would respectfully ask that we overrule the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Speaking to the motion, sir.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, with all due respect, I think that clearly this bill does violate the single object rule under Virginia Constitution. If you are historically looking at the resources and sites that we follow here in the Senate, even going to Mason's manual, I think it is very clear. So I would respectfully ask that the chair's decision be overruled.
Yes, Senator. And just for clarity, if you agree with my ruling, you would vote green. If you disagree with my ruling, you would vote red. Did you want to make a statement, Senator?
No, Mr. President, only that you seem to be looking right at us when you were talking about the red vote. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The ruling of the chair is not sustained.
Senate Bill 1073.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move that the governor's amendment be adopted. This amendment basically corrects an oversight in the process by which this went through the General Assembly, and the amendment is technical in nature and allows the mayor of the town of Bridgewater to serve for 4 years.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1102.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would move that we sever each of the amendments.
Without objection, the amendments will be severed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, first of all, I want to give you a little bit of history about how we got here. I guess this sounds to me like this a little bit of a dispute on this bill. Basically, what this bill does is it says, as it passed, it says that if somebody suffers an unintended death, that is, if they die and they're not in the presence of a doctor, and the police do an investigation and they determine that no crime occurred, they're not going to prosecute anybody, then whoever is next of kin in the family can request a copy of the police report because it's no longer a criminal file. That's what the bill, as passed, basically says. The bill originally was introduced in 2015 by Delegate Villanueva from Virginia Beach after an incident happened down there where a man in the Navy committed suicide, and his family wanted to get some records. They could have another detective look at it to really confirm it was a suicide and not a murder. I saw that. I put the bill in 2016, got referred to the FOIA Commission, got fully vetted there. I put it in this year. Came out of general laws 10-0, came out of the Senate 40-0, went through general laws, FOIA sub in the House 7-0, general laws in the House 22-0, went through the House 98-0. Didn't have a single no vote the entire way through the process. Apparently, there's some folks out there who felt like it was appropriate to disregard our process, but instead go through the governor process. And they have a right to do that, but it's not very respectful for us. If they had concerns, they should have raised them in committee. They should have been vetted in committee. We should have had an opportunity to talk about it and ask them questions instead of do it in the format in which we're being asked to do it right now. Just so you understand who complained, the governor gave me the communications they received. They got emails from, I think, 13 law enforcement agencies requesting a veto. That's 13 out of maybe 300 police departments in the state. The Virginia sheriffs does not have a problem with this bill. I guarantee you not one of you has heard from a sheriff, because the sheriffs have no problem with this legislation. And John Jones reiterated that to me last night. There's also been 3 or 4 op-eds in favor of this bill, and these amendments gut the bill. That's what they do. One of them I'm okay with. Amendment 3 I'm okay with. The other 2 kind of, I think, have a real problem. So what the amendments do is, number 1, the First Amendment basically says instead of providing the police file, the criminal report, the police department, all they have to do is provide a summary. That's basically what happens right now. They orally give a summary. And so if you pass the First Amendment, it basically makes the bill completely meaningless from my perspective. Now, the reason that I think we need to reject the governor's amendment is, first of all, just think about when this applies. It applies to suicides, overdoses, car accidents, when people die in their homes. Okay? Sometimes you need to get those records for a lot of different reasons. As an attorney, sometimes you need it to make an insurance claim for life insurance. Sometimes you need it in order to figure out whether or not to file a lawsuit for something like wrongful death. But when you really need it, folks, is when somebody who's close in your family dies and commits suicide and you want answers. I've fortunately never have had to deal with that myself, but many times people will die when a family member is not present, and people want to know why. They want to know, what were they thinking? Why did they do it? What happened? Was it really a suicide? And if they don't get answers, it haunts them the rest of their lives. The rest of their lives. I don't think it's the government's job to tell a family how to grieve. If a family wants to get access to those records, they should be able to get them. And this First Amendment basically just says you get a summary, you don't get anything else, and I don't think it's appropriate. The last thing I'll say is, our law enforcement, they do a wonderful job, but they don't have a monopoly on the truth. They don't get it right every time. And a little bit of sunshine to ensure that a suicide or an unattended death was really that, and it wasn't a murder because the police screwed up in their investigation. My bill would allow another detective or a retired law enforcement to look at a file and determine whether something was really a murder or whether it was a suicide. So I don't think a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of scrutiny on cases where there's no crime that's going to be prosecuted is a bad thing. And I would urge that we vote against the amendment. We reject the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I rise to speak against Amendment Number 1.
The Senator has the floor.
To follow up on the Senator from Eastern Fairfax's remarks, I do have the personal experience of losing a brother to suicide. And I probably speak for many people who have experienced this or are survivors of those who have lost someone. So it's been 18 years since I lost my brother. Again, I can tell you that family members have a lot of questions. And if this bill, as it's changed, is basically saying we're going to edit your loved one's life in terms of what information from a government position to what access you have to understand what happened. This is something that is very deep and personal to many folks who have lost loved ones to suicide. Government does not have a right in place to edit a person's life. That's what this does in terms of adding the language of summary. Families have a right to know. I ask that you reject Amendment number 1. The other ones I don't have an issue with, but this Amendment 1 does not have a good place with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the governor's amendments and to explain some of the circumstances, though they could be graphic at times, as to why you do not want to do records of situations of unintended death, such as suicides. Even some of the things that you've not heard here today is unintended deaths. They occur with overdoses, and sometimes during those overdoses there are statements given by witnesses that were at that scene that lead to further investigations, and basically what you're doing is alienating the ability of law enforcement to be able to continue that practice of getting those statements and leading to further drug arrest from those witnesses that were there. So when you give the records of a investigation such as that, you're giving pictures, you're giving statements, you're giving the whole investigation. Currently, law enforcement will do a summary of what happened and why they ruled it a suicide or whether they ruled it an overdose or other such situations such as that. I know there's cases in which suicides occur. There is a situation known as autoerotic gratification that individuals have used in the past and used to this day for some type of gratification, that they hang themselves, wrap themselves in cellophane, and end up dying from suffocation and so forth like that. If you want to expose those records, what you're going to be doing is exposing to that individual, that family, the situation in which that individual died, the pictures in which that individual had to draw his last breath from, and you're going to be showing this family some of the things in which law enforcement tries to do it in a way that prevents the family from having so much grief, but yet can still have closure. You heard from the gentleman from Fairfax about they should have the opportunity to know, but there are some things in which incidents such as suicide occurs that you don't want the family to have to live through again. And in smaller communities, you have families that are well connected, connected within friends and networks of people, that once this information starts getting out and going forward, that it's an embarrassment to their family and they have to live with it forever. So I think the governor does have it right in the amendments that he has when he restricts it to what most current practices are, and that is, the summaries, not the full record, not the pictures, not the statements that you might be able to follow leads on if it was an overdose. A lot of times suicides that occur come from things that person had in their past, maybe embezzlements, things that lead to a further criminal act, but yet the people that are telling you what they know and you follow those leads on are not criminally prosecutable. So you're alienating your ability to follow up with those if you don't pass these amendments, and I hope that you will agree to them.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax would rise for a question.
Thank you, Senator. Would the senator yield? He yields, Senator.
My question would be, are the Social Security numbers for the witnesses available and made available through this bill?
Senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Mr. President, I would say to the senator from Chesterfield that all the other FOIA exemptions that otherwise apply under FOIA would apply to this, and I believe that under FOIA those kinds of details are never disclosed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just one final comment. I'm really searching on this bill. I've actually had a number of organizations to reach out to my office with concerns after the bill left the Senate. Those organizations include the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police. They support the amendments. The Fraternal Order of Police, the Chiefs of Police, the Commonwealth's Attorney, Virginia Association of Campus Law Enforcement. And so while I am also the co-chair of the Transparency Caucus, I think it's also important that we use good common sense in protecting some information that might help us to solve other crimes. So I'm really struggling with this, but thank you for allowing me to ask the question.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendments briefly.
Senator has the floor.
I think my concern with this bill is we need to look at it in the context of the privacy of the decedent and how quickly, through technology today, things that you think are private can become public. And as I understand it, there's nothing in the bill once these records that would include autopsy photos or other pictures of the decedent. There's no restriction on the family members being able to make that public. It could include the decedent's private medical records. And one thing that I have learned as I've had friends go through a death in the family, sometimes a death in the family can bring out the worst in family members. And things you thought they'd never do, they do, which could include, for reasons we couldn't understand, putting these photos on a computer that then get out on social media or are hacked and made public. And I think about how I would feel if my child or sister or brother, who those photos, autopsy photos, medical records, were somehow made public or put on the internet, intentionally or not, how I would feel about that. And because without this amendment, there's nothing else in the bill that could prevent that from happening. While I agree we need to give the family as much information as they need to reach closure, we have to do it in a way that preserves the dignity and the privacy of the decedent as much as possible. And for that reason, I ask that we support the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Listen very carefully. Let's start from the law enforcement side. Everything doesn't have to be criminal. I think the family has a right to know. We actually like that the law enforcement is always right. And they make them say like everybody else. They're not always right. When the family wants to see something on suicide, it's strictly to the family's needs right there. Doesn't mean they have to go on social media, what have you. It's direct to the family. As far as the pictures, if there are pictures available, they can decide whether or not they want to see those pictures or not. I don't trust everything that law enforcement says. Some of them, I do not. And they are no better than anybody else. If something happens and the family, not everybody, but the family themselves wants to meet privately with the law enforcement officers and see those records, the part they do not want to see, they have that right. So I'm just hoping that we don't try to hide behind this thing because the law enforcement officers say that this could lead to an investigation of something else. The family has the right, regardless of how graphic it may be, they have that right if they choose to do that. Let them decide that. Let them decide on what they want to see, what they want to hear. Because the law enforcement, they do not always get it right. How many times, how many investigations, especially, let me use this word, in the black community, how many times have we really checked behind the law enforcement and said, hey, is something wrong? Why are you hiding these things? How many times have we checked on the cameras that has been turned off and different things? We say, hey, if something's wrong, they do not always get it right. The family has the right for every details, and we got to stop hiding behind. There's always got to be something wrong as far as someone getting killed, drugs, what have you. Suicide is up to the family. If they really want to know, let them have the opportunity. And the governor and nobody in this office should not get involved with their family. If they want the right to know, they should know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black. The senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify something. This isn't the department meeting with the family, sharing what happened, showing them photos or whatever. This is giving them the records. This isn't just sharing with them anything like that. This is giving them the records and the family being able to have the records themselves. I don't know policies of every department, but I'm sure that many agencies, if requested by the family, just to sit down and to review what happened, that are not going to honor that request.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking very briefly, if nobody else.
The senator has the floor.
Speak. Although I'm not sure how important it is to be brief, given the House hasn't even debated a single bill yet. But in any event, 3 points I want to make really quick, Mr. President. First of all, I think the gentleman from Chesapeake nailed it in what he just commented, and also the gentleman from Prince William, and who I appreciate what he went through, which is exactly what I said a lot of families go through. Remember that, first of all, the only people that can request this is the next of kin, not any person. This specifically says the only person that may request this is the person who's next of kin in order of intestate succession. So if the person's married, only their spouse. If it's a parent, then a child, etc. But not the public. The general public can't come in and request this if this bill passes. Number one. Number two, in other states, you can get these records. I had a case this last year where somebody who I was having a custody fight with he was a 45-year-old guy, had a 19-year-old wife who OD'd in Las Vegas. And because under Nevada law, the family was able to obtain the investigation records of her alleged overdose, we were able to find out what really happened. And it was important for that family to know why their 19-year-old daughter died in a hotel room with their 45-year-old husband of an opiate overdose. You can get this in other states, and it's important to get this in other states. People want to know what happened because these things happen not all the time right under your nose when you're at home. I think law enforcement here also. Again, I don't think they have a right to decide what families should know. The governor gave me all the emails they got. I want to read one of these to you. I'm not going to name the police department it came from. It's a teeny tiny little one. But the example that they gave in this, to me, highlights some of the problems with this. They said, locally in the past week, we had a young man who committed suicide after a series of text messages between the victim and his girlfriend. The young man was in a bad state of mind, and his girlfriend was antagonizing him to the point where he got a gun and shot himself. We retrieved the phone with the messages still available, and now the family wants the phone returned. When the family eventually reads those messages, they will realize the girlfriend was the catalyst to his death on that night. So in this case, the full investigative disclosure would be a detriment to both the victim's family as well as possible retribution of violence to the girlfriend. I don't accept that. I think the family has a right to know that their son shot himself because the girlfriend was torturing him with text messages. Why wouldn't we let the family know that? You know, I got other emails here from other law enforcement agencies saying that they know how to teach families how to grieve better than families know themselves. You know, a compassionate law enforcement officer will solve this problem, and the family being able to look and make their own decisions. I don't accept that law enforcement has a monopoly on this. And I think a lot of what the tone that comes out of this, and also the senator from Grayson raised, it reminds me of that scene in A Few Good Men where Colonel Jessup, you know, gets on the stand and looks at everybody and says, you know, you want me on that wall, you need me on the wall, you know, I want the truth. No, you can't handle the truth. And that's effectively the policy that we're setting by voting in favor of this amendment. So I would urge that we vote against it.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that Amendment 1 be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The chair votes no. The amendment is rejected. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment. So this the second amendment here, what this one basically says is that after the police have determined that they're not going to charge someone, they've decided that no crimes occurred, they're not going to charge anybody. If the police still think the person requesting the record is a suspect or a person of interest, then they don't have to give them the record. So, again, nobody made the police department, the judge, the jury, the executioner. If they're not going to charge somebody with a crime, then the record should be released. They shouldn't be able to keep holding it back because they still have a suspicion, even though they don't have enough evidence to charge somebody. And I would urge that we vote against this one.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the senator yield?
I yield.
He yields, Senator.
Would the gentleman, does that include the prosecutors in that locality because they are the chief law enforcement agency of that county? The prosecutor usually makes that determination, not the law enforcement agency. Would that include the prosecutor also?
Senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Mr. President, I would tell the gentleman from Grayson that under the bill as it's written right now, it would not include the prosecutor. The next amendment brings the prosecutor into the decision-making process, and I don't have a problem with the third amendment. The third amendment brings the prosecutor into the decision-making process under this legislation. So, if the third amendment if this amendment and the third amendment are adopted, then the prosecutor would make that decision. I think that answers your question.
I don't.
And I don't oppose the Third Amendment.
Okay. Just a little bit more clarification. So you're saying that...
I yield.
So the gentleman's saying that if the Third Amendment's adopted, then the prosecutor would make the decision as to whether it was deemed to be able to be released. Is that what you're saying?
The senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Whether it's not an ongoing investigation.
What I would tell the gentleman is that if the Third Amendment is adopted, which again I don't oppose, once the prosecutor decides not to prosecute a case, then the records could be released.
Thank you, Senators. With the recommendation that Amendment 2 be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The amendment is agreed to. The senator from...
Mr. President.
Yes, the senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, by which we failed to adopt, not the previous one, but the one prior to the one we just voted on, where you broke the tie, the governor's amendment, thank you, let me clarify that. Having voted on the prevailing side by which you broke the tie to defeat the governor's amendment, number one, can we please reconsider that vote?
Senator, you voted yay.
I voted yay. I voted the way I intended to.
You're not on the
I voted on the prevailing side. I voted green.
That was not on the prevailing side.
Mr. President,
The senior senator from Chesapeake.
having voted on the prevailing side, where we approved amendment number 1.
Oh, right.
We rejected amendment number 1. I would ask that we reconsider that vote. And yes, I did.
Thank you,
vote the
Mr.
right way.
President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Amendment 1 was rejected be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we reject the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that Amendment 1 be rejected, the question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 16, noes 24.
Ayes 16, noes 24. The amendment is rejected. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to amendment number 3.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 3 basically says that either that the prosecutors get to decide whether or not a crime's been committed, not just the police. It was requested by the Virginia Commonwealth Attorneys Association. I have no problem with amendment number 3.
Thank you.
I would move that we adopt it.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Grayson, did you want to speak? Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall Amendment 3 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1116.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that we agree with the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 1116 and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
These are technical amendments from DLS and the Attorney General's office on the bill we worked on with the senator from Stafford on allowing our school systems to insert the cannula as a part of the diabetic pump. And so with that, I recommend the approval of the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1178.
The senator from Russell County, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the governor's amendment be adopted. This is one of the opioid crisis bills, and the bill in its original form restricts the prescribing of buprenorphine. This removes the emergency clause that was on the original bill, and it also adds the Board of Veterinary Medicine so that that medication can be prescribed for in their practices for animals. Again, I move that we accept the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The amendments are agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I apologize for interrupting, sir. Having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 116 passed, I would respectfully ask that we reconsider that vote, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the motion or the decision by which the amendments were agreed to in Senate Bill 116 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Prince William County.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1239.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move that the governor's recommendations be accepted. I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, the governor has provided a substitute for Senate Bill 1239. The underlying bill is a result of a year-long study with stakeholders to strengthen reporting and safety standards for children programs that are not required to be licensed by the Department of Social Services. As the bill left the Senate, there were a couple of improvements to the bill that were made in the House, and those are included in the governor's substitute. One, there was concern from local government, from Parks and Recreations, that they may be swept up in this in some way, that the Department of Social Services may be gaining more oversight than they were comfortable with. So there's an enactment clause which clarifies the role of the Department of Social Services for those and allows those programs through local governments to basically submit documentation of the oversight that they have with the localities. And so with that, the local governments, Department of Social Services, are more comfortable than with this bill, with the governor's recommendation in this bill. The other addition that the House made that was acceptable was basically clarifying that because it had been represented to us that the Department of Social Services could implement these recommendations with their existing budget. There is an enactment clause contained herein that basically indicates that if, in fact, they cannot do that with existing resources, then they would not move forward with the implementation of the bill. The other portion of that happened in the process on the final day of the regular session, there was concern from some, not me, and I would hope not the majority of this body, because the basic essence of this bill was overwhelmingly supported in this body. There is on a separate track, a separate bill, legislation that ultimately will require fingerprint background checks for these entities or child care providers that are regulated. There was the thought by some that if the religious exempts were not regulated at all, then they would not have to comply. They would not have to comply with fingerprint background checks. Now, I'm not so sure about that, but the thing that I am sure about is that is not a wise decision to make for us in the name of child safety. Certainly, we have respect for the multitude, and there are about 1,000 of them statewide, and I would expect close to 100,000 youngsters from birth that we're dealing with, the very youngsters, the very young children here that are in these daycare programs for religious exempts, and they have been regulated since, I believe, my research is correct, since 1979. Not in an onerous way. They are exempt from licensing, but they have certain minimum health and safety requirements that they've adhered to. If we were not to fix this at this point in time, then the basic standards of child care safety requirements, such as staffing ratios, fire safety standards, even hand-washing requirements, and critical incident reporting and inspections would not be a part of the piece of the statute that we would be eliminating. So essentially what the governor's substitute does is improve it with a couple of recommendations of the House, and that it contains the provisions that the Senate had previously overwhelmingly supported. So I would ask that you support the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's substitute be agreed upon? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1258.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the governor's amendment to Senate Bill 1258. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
This is a technical amendment recommended by Department of Legislative Services. It corrects an enactment clause related to the appointment of a member of the authority by the Senate Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39,
Rule
noes 0.
36-1.
Rule 36-1, the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we accepted the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 1239, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the amendments were agreed to on Senate Bill 1239 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again move that the governor's recommendations be accepted.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1282.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to ask that the Senate take this up in two separate blocks. I'm going to move that amendments 1 through 7 be agreed to. Mr. President, speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, you might remember this was the legislation that enabled my 5-year-old Reagan to be able to continue to watch her iPad as we go down the road, which today ran out of battery, so she had to use ditties for a little while, which is quite loud in the back of the car. But, Mr. President, the governor went through the bill, which the members might remember was quite extensive. There are a number of different items where we were looking to make them more consistent, clarify when a locality may approve or disapprove of installation, and allow VDOT to require relocation for safety reasons. And I would renew my motion that those pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the recommendations 1 through 7 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1. The amendments are agreed to. The senator from Hanover.
Mr. President, I'm going to move that amendment number 8 go by for the day. And Mr. President, we have convened a wireless infrastructure working group with the help of the chairman from Commerce and Labor, Senator Wagner, and working with our colleagues in the House. And after a lengthy meeting yesterday, which included many of the different principal groups, including the Department of Transportation, we think that this language is maybe a little bit too soon, that we're going to be able to work through the issues that this one was trying to address. And the issues that this one was trying to address were more focused on new structures, which the legislation that is going to be signed by the governor did not do. They were on small cell structures for existing facilities. And we think that we're going to be able to come up with a universal approach that will more encompass what we're trying to achieve as we work through that, and we'll bring it back next year. And so it's just not quite ready yet.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, Amendment 8 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1284.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, with apologies to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I'm reversing course a little bit. I had indicated that I may be opposing the governor's amendment to this, but I don't. It is a relatively small change that is not worth losing the bill over. It simply restores to the original bill dealing with judicial powers concerning restitution, right for judges to impose a $500 fine on those who aren't paying restitution. I question the wisdom of that, though. We just passed a bunch of legislation that rolled back the ability of the state to impose fines on people for various offenses, which is causing them to lose their licenses and suffer other consequences. And quite frankly, there are people who commit crimes who are ordered to pay restitution who just despise the crime victim. And frankly, they'd rather pay that $500 fine than pay that SOB, the restitution that may have been ordered. And this is something that I thought made sense. It would have retained the power of a judge to order, to hold somebody in contempt. But the governor wants to retain the power to fine people $500. I think it's a bad call, but I don't want to lose the bill for that. So reluctantly, I would, I suppose, move that we agree with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The recommendation is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1285.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, my eyes aren't very good. I'm admiring that purple ribbon that you're wearing. And if I may inquire as to the purpose of that ribbon, I'm curious.
It's for victims.
Victims?
Yes.
Victims.
Whatever victims. A lot of victims.
Is it for, I can't read the first word. Does it say crime victims? Criminal victims?
It just says victims.
Victims.
Yes.
Well, Mr. President,
it's actually voter. Any voter, I'm in favor.
Well, Mr. President, I pardon my confusion, but I knew that it was a purple ribbon day, and that this is April, and April, as Mr. President knows, is recognized every year as for the nationwide observance in the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And in that spirit, I would move that I would ask that we reject the governor's amendment to this legislation because, quite frankly, it is an amendment that is hostile to the rights of victims of crimes. And let me explain for a second. The Crime Commission undertook a major study over the course of the past year of what it is that we're going to do to help victims of crime collect restitution. And 2 bills came out of the work of the Crime Commission. I think they came out unanimously with support from both sides of the aisle. And the piece of legislation that we're talking about here in Senate Bill 1285 simply keeps people on probation until they pay their restitution. It is one of the few things that we do to stick up for the victims of crime. We expect people who've been ordered to pay restitution to actually pay it. And as this bill worked its way through the General Assembly at first, it required them to stay on supervised probation until they paid their restitution. But for whatever reason, the administration didn't like that, and there was a significant price tag attached to it, so we removed that at the request of the administration. So now the bill, as it passed, it just places them and keeps them on probation until their restitution is paid, so that the court has some continuing ability to hold them accountable in the event that they turn their back on their obligation to the victims of the crimes that they committed. It doesn't require any supervision. So let me tell you what this amendment does. This amendment to this bill that just drops this little bit of assistance to these victims of crime during National Crime Victims Awareness Week, what this bill does, or this amendment does, is it entirely guts it. It turns this initiative into a pilot project, and it consigns it only to Albemarle County, which already has a pilot project just like this. So what this amendment does is it pulls away the small amount of support that were given to victims of crimes and consigns this to the junk heap of our judicial process and really guts the work of the Crime Commission, which we try to conduct in a bipartisan fashion. And it would be my hope that, especially this week as we recognize National Crime Victims' Rights Week, that we would reject the governor's amendment and would allow this assistance to be rendered to victims of crime.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, how I wish I'd worn my ribbon.
Yes.
Because I totally support the victims as well as the governor. And the question that we have before us is what's the best way to assist the victims and to get the money paid back to them and to get them made whole for what happened. The concern is that putting something this sweeping statewide when we don't know how it's going to work is a little bit precipitous, and it would be much better for the victims if we knew this was indeed going to work. There is also a grave concern that actually my colleague mentioned, that we're starting to criminalize poverty. And this is a potential of going in this direction if we don't do what the governor said. So I would encourage everyone to please vote with the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The amendment is rejected.
Senate Bill 1296.
Mr. President.
The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we bring back Senate Bill 1282. I voted on the bill that I should have abstained on, that with the wireless communication.
Yes, Senator, you'd like to bring that up for reconsideration.
Yes,
Thank you, Senator. And that's on amendments 1 through 7?
That's right.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which amendments 1 through 7 were agreed to on Senate Bill 1282 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, we might need to check his cell phone here in a moment, but that was an attempt at humor that clearly failed. Mr. President, I would renew my motion that amendments 1 through 7 be agreed to, having previously been explained.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall amendments 1 through 7 on Senate Bill 1282 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2. The motion is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1296.
The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the members of the body reject the recommendations of the governor in speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that has to do with a meals tax referenda and the rules under which we would allow localities to put such a referendum on the ballot. And the bill passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in the Senate. And I would hope that you would stick with that. I'm going to ask that this be that these amendments be considered in a block. The first one, number 1 and number 2, in a block, and then the third amendment separately. So I'll explain. The first two have this impact on the bill as it was introduced. The legislation, the underlying mission of the bill was to create some reprieve and some protection for the business community, the hospitality industry, the restaurant industry, so that once a meals tax referenda fails, that they are not subject to that same fight the following year and the following year and the following year until they are just worn down. And in the case of Patrick County, I believe that 3 out of 5 years they had such a referenda on the ballot. It is costly. It is really a disruption for those who have to fight that year in and year out. And so we believe that it was reasonable to introduce legislation to say that you had to wait 3 years after having such a meals tax on the ballot. So what the governor has done is he has sent it back with the recommendation that you wait 1 year. And I think fundamentally everybody who was looking for this reprieve thinks that the 1 year wait really kind of guts the bill and doesn't do very much. So with the recommendation that number 1 and number 2 be rejected, I move the adoption of the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the first amendment, where the governor has now moved it to just 1 year, a local government has an additional year to decide whether or not they're going to put a referendum up for the voters. To me, this is local government control. It's one of those issues where local governments constantly try to balance their revenue streams. They do look to meal taxes as an option, because if they don't, they'll have to increase real estate taxes or look for some other sources of revenue. But primarily, it's real estate taxes when you're at the local level. So I just think it's reasonable to give local governments the option to have an additional year to decide about whether or not the referendum goes before their voters. And lastly, I just want to say, local governments are governed by folks who are elected by their constituents. And yes, the business community and the tourist industry and everybody else, they're involved in the elections as well. So there is an accountability mechanism there. And I would just ask that the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate allow local government to continue to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
President, I rise to speak in favor of the amendments.
Senator has the floor.
And actually speaking to amendments 1 and 2, since they're what are on the docket right now. I think do want to provide one clarification in case there's any misunderstanding. The bill as passed basically would say you could do a referendum only once every 4 years. The governor's amendment doesn't say you could do it this year, but you have to wait a year and then do it next year. It actually says you cannot do it the next year. So in essence, what it does makes it is that it would have to be in every other year. So at a minimum, it would be 2 years apart when which you would have the referendums that would be scheduled there. So it's not simply setting it up that you could do it once every year. What I think is important to understand here is that we needed to give some ability to the voters and to the localities to address issues that are faced in each of their jurisdictions, as the senator from Arlington has referenced. And I can tell you that what has happened in a number of jurisdictions is that when a measure like this is put on the ballot the first time, it often fails. But as there's more education provided in subsequent efforts to obtain approval of such a referendum, the voters step up and address that issue in a different manner and approve the referendum. So it's not as if the voters, once opposing it, are always going to oppose it, and it ends up being a fruitless exercise. It actually is somewhat cumulative. What this would do is with this amendment, what it would do is it would make sure that you can't do it 2 years in a row, but you could do it in year 1 and then come back in year 3.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm somewhat agnostic on this bill itself, but all I can do is in the text that we passed a couple months ago, it says, no referendum initiated by a resolution of the Board of Supervisors shall be authorized in the county in the 3 calendar years subsequent to the electoral defeat of any referendum held pursuant to this subsection. If you change that from 3 years to 1 year, basically all you're doing is saying they can't have it on the ballot in the 11 months until the next general election. I don't know how else you can interpret that. I think at a minimum, it's ambiguous. But quite frankly, I don't know why the governor, if he didn't like this bill, just veto it. So I don't think this amendment really does much. And I think, frankly, it really would just simply say that you can't have the back on the ballot in the 11 months between the two general elections, which adds absolutely nothing to the code. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I rise to disagree with my colleague and friend from Fairfax City here. What it says actually is you cannot have a referendum in the year. So if a referendum is held in 2017, you cannot have a referendum held in the subsequent year, which is 2018, and you would have to wait till 2019 to do it. It's not in 11 months. It doesn't say it doesn't say in a 12-month period or anything like that. It says in the year, and a year it goes from January 1 through December 31 of that year. It would allow you to do a referendum in November of 2017 and then have a special election where you're doing it in January of 2019, but it would not allow you to be able to do it in 2018.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that Amendments 1 and 2 be rejected, the question is, shall they be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 14, noes 26.
Ayes 14, noes 26. The amendments 1 and 2 are rejected. The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with the first having been disposed of, and that was the time frame, the second piece of the bill was the transparency component. And this was brought at the request of folks who had just recently gone through a meals tax referendum and were utterly confused by the language of the referendum. And so what my bill sought to do, and again, this was overwhelmingly supported by this body, was include language that would require that the percentage of the tax be specifically stated in the language of the referenda. So in other words, when you went to vote, you know exactly what you were voting on. And the governor, in his recommendation, has removed the language requiring that the total tax be expressed as a percentage in the language of the referendum. So in my view, that really guts the bill, the idea that the transparency was a critical component of this. And I would urge the body to please not accept that change to the bill. So with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I understand the issue that the senator from Fauquier has raised here, and has been confusion in some of these situations in the past. I'm afraid, however, that what's proposed here would in many instances, introduce a new form of confusion, in that a lot of people would then interpret it as if you had a 5.3% tax and you added 4 cents to it, that the actual tax of the food tax was 9.3%, when in reality it's only up to 4%. And in many instances, what we have are jurisdictions, towns, cities, and some counties doing it at rates less than 4%. So in some instances, it's 2% or 3% or other types of things. And I think what this would do was, in effect, add confusion in terms of creating the impression of a much larger tax increase than what would actually be imposed.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke County. Senator from Fauquier.
Mr. President, I was just going to ask if the gentleman would please yield for a question.
Would the senator yield? He yields, Senator.
Mr. President, I would just like to inquire of the gentleman, given that there was such an enormous amount of confusion and so many questions that were raised over a recent meals tax referendum, I would just ask, on what occasion would it be more confusing to have a specific, very easily and very clear statement of the tax on the ballot? When would that be more confusing rather than less confusing?
The senator from Southern Fairfax?
Yes. The situation in which it could be confusing clearly to some voters, not to all voters, I will grant you, is that there probably are a lot of people who don't even realize that there's a 5.3% or 6% tax if you're in Northern Virginia or Hampton Roads that's imposed on your meals anyway. And so when they see something that says it's going to be a 9.3% or a 10% tax, many of them, I think, are clearly going to interpret that as being the meals tax that would be imposed there, not the additional amount.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the remarks from the senator from Fauquier, and I would just assert that it actually is a 9.3% or 10% sales tax on the food. It doesn't matter if we're breaking it down which way, and I think it's good to have this transparency. The voters of Virginia generally understand these, though. According to the Tax Foundation, we've had 50 or 60 of these, because Fairfax is last year. We've had 60 of these referendums, and 47 times the voters have rejected it. But I think it's good that we let the folks know. Why would we not want them to know what it is? And often they don't even realize that it's not just on what you get at the restaurant. It's what you also pick up at a Kroger or a Giant if you get a rotisserie chicken. So I think this is a great bill originally, and I really hope that we will reject this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that Amendment 3 be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 23.
Ayes 17, noes 23. The amendment is rejected.
Senate Bill 1303.
The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the amendments be adopted, I would actually ask the body to reject the governor's recommendations. This bill was brought to me at the request of the registrars in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and as many of you are aware, last year there was a fair amount of confusion and some distress over the deadline for registration, voter registration. And so our registrars had basically come and said, wouldn't it be much more helpful, and wouldn't it be, we'd be grateful if the body would actually pass some uniformity in terms of the deadline. And so that is what the underlying bill, Senate Bill 1303, did. We passed a deadline of 5 p.m., period, full stop. So whether you are intending to do it online or in person, it was going to be 5 p.m. That set expectations very clearly. That meant that if there was some issue with the online registration, that you weren't out of luck. It was just a real issue. So the bottom line is the governor has sent back recommendations now that have options. Options that a locality can do it till midnight. Maybe they want to do it till 8 p.m., maybe 5 p.m. And so the registrars and our election professionals around the Commonwealth of Virginia have come back to us after reviewing the governor's recommendations and have said, we beg you, as it is now, is actually better than it would be with these recommendations. This would make it worse. What we were attempting to do initially was to address this issue of confusion. This would now create even more confusion because now it would be discretionary and everybody would have the option to do it at a different time. And most of all, it would create an enormous amount of legal exposure for some of our jurisdictions. So with that, I would ask that the body please reject the governor's recommendations, keep it consistent, keep it with the underlying bill that you passed, and we passed it again with overwhelming bipartisan support. It was 5 p.m. It's simple. Everybody knows what to expect. Whether you're registering in person or online, it's 5 p.m. across the Commonwealth. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Speaking in favor of the amendments.
The senator has the floor.
When I pay my bills online, I have till midnight. When I go to a sale online, I have till midnight. And when I checked out this in other states, we found 11 of the 34 states that have online registration were the only 11 that responded to the Department of Elections by this morning. 10 of those, all 11 states have deadlines online after 5 p.m. 10 of them were at midnight, just as the Commonwealth has now. One of them has a deadline of 9 p.m. for both in-person and online. During the court-ordered extension of our registration hours this fall, our registration days, because of the computer crash at midnight, we received 27,952 online registrations. So I say we should keep it easier to register to vote. Having it at midnight is not a a problem for registrars, and giving them the option is just flexibility and nothing more. So with that, I hope that we accept the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation...
Mr. President.
Yes, I'm sorry. The Senator from Fauquier.
I apologize. I would just like to respond, if I may, and be really clear. The objection is not whether or not you want to be allowed to register up until midnight. That's not the underlying question here. The underlying issue is that of uniformity. So if we're going to make it, if the concern is setting the expectations of the voter, creating uniformity around the Commonwealth so that we don't have issues and challenges with litigation, set it all uniform, make it uniform at midnight, make it uniform at 5 o'clock. What this recommendation of the governor does is create a discretionary component so that now there is no uniformity at all. So that it's actually discretionary. It can be any time. And so this will create an enormous amount of confusion, and I would just urge the members of the body to consider that fact. I respect the comments of the gentleman who talks about that, yes, we might wish to add more time. Well, that's a different bill. We might wish to allow everybody to register until midnight. That's great. But this is an issue of uniformity that we were trying to address, and there has been overwhelming, unanimous reaction from all of our election officials around the Commonwealth that this would be very bad and create an enormous amount of problems for our registrars. So with that, I would just ask you to consider that is uniformity we're trying to address, not granting extensions or midnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, the question is, shall they be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 1312.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would pass that bill by temporarily, sir.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1312 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1315.
Senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we reject the governor's amendment. Explain why.
Senator has the floor.
The governor's amendment to 1315 basically codifies what the Department of Social Services has deemed the policy for requiring foster care parents to do with a firearm. Basically, that requirement is to lock the firearm in one area, lock the ammunition in another. The bill itself, the underlying bill itself, basically allows the firearm and ammunition to be locked in one area on the property at the house. And if that individual has a firearm on them, then they're in compliance. Each of these modifications under that bill originally fall within the guidelines of the federal regulations, and I hope that we will reject the governor's amendment because basically you're eliminating foster parents, law enforcement officers from being foster parents by saying that they're not going to have a weapon that is readily and accessible to use to protect their families. Law enforcement, unlike many other people in this building, receive threats and are subject to threats at their home and have an obligation to protect those foster care kids in their home at that time. And I hope that we'll reject this amendment and go with the original language.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the governor's amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Well, I ask the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate to support the governor's amendment. I just want to add a couple clarifications to the explanation recently given. The amendment actually would require, if the mechanism has some kind of safety element or something that would prevent unintentional firing, that mechanism would have to be activated while the gun was stored or the firearm was stored, which actually is an important aspect of safety. And the governor's staff, actually, when they looked at this bill, the team that looked at it is the team that is charged with finding safe foster homes for our children, where we certainly do not want to eliminate foster families that may be eligible and would be very good parents to our children who really need a home. But we also have to remember that all of our children need to be safe, and foster children are particularly vulnerable, and as all children are. And we shouldn't compromise in any way the safety or the safety requirements we would have ordinarily in place. So with that explanation, I ask that the governor's amendments be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Grayson.
Just to follow up and just to reiterate the fact that a foster parent, and you're talking about the extra mechanism, which is a trigger lock mechanism that goes on that weapon, which makes it even more unusable in a time that you have to react. And also, under the provisions that the staff and the social services during the investigation of investigating foster parents is under the same regulations, there's no prohibition that when that foster child is in the car with that family, that gun can't be laying right there on the seat beside of them. So you're only preventing the protection of that home from being under attack. You're not really, if you're saying that you're really defiant upon the fact that you want to protect those foster kids, there's no regulation other than in that home that weapon has to be locked away from that ammunition. And this is just a minor tweak to that so that the accessibility of that weapon can be gotten to if it's needed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I dealt for 20-plus years with kids in foster homes. They're very emotionally charged situations with kids in unusual circumstances. Not all foster homes are pre-adoption. They're foster homes where children are being kept temporarily. You don't know the emotional makeup of a particular child. You don't know what his motivations are or her motivations are to extract some kind of acting out. And certainly weapons are a way that kids gravitate to when they're feeling powerless. They gravitate toward guns as a sense of regaining some control over their lives. It's a foolish endeavor, but it's unfortunately what kids do. You can't predict what kids are going to do in foster homes. They do the darndest, strangest things because of the circumstances that they're in, and going to the absolute max to keep guns away from kids in that circumstance would be the prudent thing to do. So I'd urge that you accept the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just say to the senator from Grayson that if he would like to work with me next year, we can also figure out a way of perhaps securing firearms that are in motor vehicles and cars where foster children are driving. So the fact that this amendment doesn't address vehicles should not be a reason to not support this amendment. Again, our children are very volatile. These are very volatile situations overall. I just ask that the governor's amendment be agreed to because we have to think of safety first.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
With the recommendation that the amendment be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
16, noes 24.
Ayes 16, noes 24. The recommendations are rejected.
Mr. President.
The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Sorry about that. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we rejected the recommendations of the governor on Senate Bill 1303, someone on the other side had a button problem, and I would like to respectfully request that please be reconsidered.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the amendments on Senate Bill 1303 were rejected be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been previously explained, I would, with the recommendation that the governor's, with the request that the recommendation that the governor's amendments be rejected, I move the passage or the adoption of the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 1364.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment and speaking that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as you'll recall, this is the PT&C bill that we carried this last year. It basically allowed us to have products moved in a TNC mechanism. This is just a technical amendment that replaces the term, the effective date of this act at the end of the bill with the original date, which was July 1st, 2002. That will keep into effect many parts of the old TNC bill that we adopted last year. So it is a technical adjustment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1371.
The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, 1371 was set up as part of the Go Virginia project, and what this does is expands the role. The bill expands the role of the Virginia Research Investment Committee, and it shifts the authority for developing the research and technology roadmap, and just plug in the word planning for roadmap, from the CIT to the State Council, to SHEV, and it modifies the committee membership. What the amendment will give the governor, who's looking at essentially economic development from 10,000 feet, the final approval on this. If the governor doesn't, when the VRIC sends the plan or their suggestions to the governor, he's got 30 days to amend it or respond himself to them. If he doesn't do it within 30 days, then their plan for overall investment is considered approved, and then he would send his recommendations back to them, and they implement it. It's more of a house cleaning than anything else, with the feeling that the governor is looking at the overall development, economic development, which is what Go Virginia is all about. So I would recommend that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1398.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that we accept the governor's amendment and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an odd day for me because usually when I was in the other body in veto session, I had nothing to do because I never passed any bills, but suddenly learning when you pass bills, you have to deal with these governor's amendments. Senate Bill 1398 is the coal ash bill, which you all may have read about in the papers lately. There's been a lot of chatter about it since we left session and before. The bill has passed only deals with coal ash ponds in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So we're talking about Possum Point, Chesterfield, Bremo Bluffs, and Chesapeake site. The amendments basically do two things. One is they reinstate the requirement that the utility, which is basically Dominion, that's the only one that this affects, do a complete assessment and not just a progress report. So they have to do a complete assessment as called for in the bill. And the second thing it does is it restores the moratorium that was in the original legislation that passed this body, 29 to 11. And it creates a moratorium until May 1 of 2018. So the amendments basically take the bill back almost to the bill we passed, 29 to 11 during session. And it's important we get this right. It's important we do this moratorium. This problem is going to cost about $1 to $3 billion to fix, depending on what happens. And anybody who gets their electricity from Dominion Power is likely to be paying for it. And so it's important we do the right solution, a solution that's going to work, so that consumers, if they pay to fix this, it gets done correctly. And it's also important to protect the environment, because this coal ash stuff is leaching out junk all over the place. And I just want to say really quick, I appreciate the governor's amendments to this legislation. He and I didn't agree on everything today, but what he did on this legislation, I think, was really honorable, and I really, really appreciate it. I also want to thank Secretary Ward and Mr. Paler, who worked with me on these amendments, the senator from Chesterfield, who's been like a dog on a bone on this thing since it started, and also the senator from Petersburg, who's the one that pushed me to go with this bill instead of two others, and I might not be standing here if I hadn't listened to her. So I appreciate she did. And I would ask, Mr. President, that we adopt these amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also would like to speak in favor of the governor's amendments. And I just want to, first of all, commend Dominion. I'd like to commend my colleagues in the Senate for supporting this bill out of the Senate the last time it passed. When the bill went over to the House, there was a little bit of confusion over there, so I've spent the last 30 days trying to straighten things out over there, so I think we have some consistency, so we've all worked together. I believe all the stakeholders are in agreement on this, so I'd ask that you also support the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed with? All in favor of the motion will record the votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1415.
The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the amendment from the government be approved. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1415 provides that members of the Port Board will no longer serve at the pleasure of the governor and may only be removed for cause. The bill also borders the experience requirements for members appointed by the governor. It's the identical bill to House Bill 2367. The governor amendments change representation from the bill that the Port of Richmond and Virginia Inland Port from non-voting members to voting members. The Virginia Inland Port and the Port of Richmond are key components of the Port of Virginia. The board members representing these ports should become voting members to ensure fairness among the board members. This policy was inadvertently overlooked in the previous bill. I move that we approve this.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1416.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, some of you, especially on Senate Finance, will remember that the treasurer was kind enough to come by and talk to us a couple of times about this bill, which tried to expand to one other fund that would be made available to treasurers, much like the Commonwealth's current fund. At the time, the treasurer wasn't very enamored with it. Since it's gone to the third floor, they've actually added this amendment, which opens it up to to all funds. So it's a bit broader, a lot broader than it was when it left the Senate of Virginia. But, Mr. President, the key thing that we've argued throughout the entire time is the investment facilities and the investment tools that are used are very, very safe investments no matter who they end up investing the funds for. And therefore, I would hope that we would concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1418.
The senator from Russell County, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that matter,
Senator has the floor.
I would say that this is a clarifying amendment to retain the public interest language for hydroelectric facilities that are located in the coalfield region. The original bill allowed pump storage facilities to be constructed in coalfield counties, and this amendment is a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1486.
Senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we accept the governor's amendment on 1486 and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill dealt with how we treat accidents by law enforcement officers in the line of duty on their personal insurance policies. And it passed 40-0 unanimously in this body. This is a technical correction proposed by the Attorney General's office to make sure we don't run afoul of DMV's policy, privacy policy. I talked too much earlier today, Mr. President. I move we accept the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1492.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, again, I would ask we support the governor's amendment. Speaking to that,
senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this had to do with some investor-owned utilities and consolidation of rates among those, and this is actually a clarifying amendment which makes sure that one is not included that is already excluded, and to allow the SCC flexibility in implementation, which we think the bill already had, but the governor's clarifying it. So we'd move that they be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1493.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the bill that required the Northern Virginia Community College to contract with a Virginia-based entity to develop computer science training for our K-12 teachers. The governor's amendment removes Virginia-based to expand the pool of applicants that Northern Virginia Community College can work with to develop this training, and I ask that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1574.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment be accepted. The bill deals with the restructuring of the Economic Development Partnership. The governor's amendments are consistent with the goals of the legislation, and it also adds an emergency clause.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to. Senator Norman, are you prepared to go back to page 11?
Yes, sir.
Returning to page 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could direct the body's attention to Senate Bill 1312. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, to try to orient you, this is another evolution of the Senate Ethics Reform Bill. On it, I'm going to respectfully request that the governor's amendments be agreed to, but I would like for you to listen very carefully. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, several days ago, the governor's office approached me about supporting this amendment, and I agreed to. As a result of some additional information that has been provided to me today and further analysis of the potential implications of this bill, which are of this amendment, which are much more complicated than they appear, my enthusiasm for supporting it has waned. However, I did indicate to the governor's office, and they have agreed to release me from that commitment, but I do feel that I need to explain it. You need to read the language of it very carefully. The explanation as offered by the governor indicates that this bill explicitly allows legislators, without the amendment, the bill specifically allows legislators to be awarded no-bid contracts by state and local government. It primarily, on its face, would seem to apply only to attorneys. Using my personal situation as an example is where we have perhaps as many as 100 attorneys in the firm. The question is whether or not knowledge of this type of relationship would be imputed to me, even though I may not be personally aware of it. And I know we love to banner around the word transparency on it, but sometimes in business things get a little more complicated. This afternoon I've also chatted with one of our colleagues who is involved in private business, and he is concerned about similar implications on contracts that his company may be involved in. While the governor's amendment recognizes the complexity of modern business practices, they did think that it was appropriate to offer this amendment to provide against any abuse. My concern, and as I have recently shared, is that I think that the implications of it are much broader. I think that there have been some concerns raised at the 11th hour by the Ethics Commission where this amendment has not been vetted. So I made the motion that the governor's amendment be agreed to, and I had committed to do that. I would encourage you to reflect on it and perhaps go in a different direction, which would be a better policy decision at this opportunity. It would further give the Ethics Commission an opportunity to thoroughly vet this and come back in 2018 with a recommendation as to whether or not it is an appropriate approach, and also to be certain that there are not any unintended consequences or innuendos within this language.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly in favor of the bill, I just would note that the amendment only, or the contracts in question are only public no-bid contracts from state or local governments, not any private contracts. And those public no-bid contracts are already a matter of public record. And so I think here it is a matter of trying to have as much transparency as possible to avoid any potential or an appearance of a conflict or impropriety. And for that reason, I ask that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStef.
Mr. President, speaking against the governor's recommendation, I am a partner in probably 100 different companies, and I do not know specific bids that each and every individual company bids on or doesn't bid on. So there's no way possible that I would be able to comply to this, and this would be something, again, that I think is we really need to spend more time thinking about this, looking at this from every aspect. So I really believe that we need to allow the Ethics Commission to spend the time to appropriately do due diligence on this and ensure that it's not another gotcha moment as it comes to our ethics bill, and we don't have any unintended consequences getting any individual in trouble just because they're in a partnership. And when you're in a partnership, you receive a K-1. There's a lot of individuals in this body that receive K-1 from multiple partnerships, and I can guarantee you are not aware of any no bid or no bid contracts that would be awarded to any of those companies. So it'd be very difficult to comply with the law, if not impossible, if you're in multiple companies or receive multiple K-1s from different partnerships.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 18, noes 20, Rule 36-2. The recommendations are rejected. The Senate will stand at ease. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move that we waive any communications which were received from the House of Delegates, which includes House Bill 1500.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the communications from the House of Delegates be waived, the reading? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the journal or communications rather is waived.
Senate bills vetoed by the governor.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In an effort to try and expedite this matter, which I know would be extraordinarily disappointing to many of you, I'm going to make two motions. Mr. President, first I would move that all the Senate bills with the governor's vetoes be placed in a block with the understanding that any senator who desires to remove one of the bills with the governor's veto from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill. And that would include all Senate bills on pages 16 through 25, including Senate Bill 865 through Senate Bill 1581.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills with governor's vetoes be placed in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill removed from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will please read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 865. Senate Bill 872.
Mr. President.
The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Can Senate Bill 872 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 872 will come out of the block.
Senate Bill 1105. Senate Bill 1240. Senate Bill 1253. Senate Bill 1283. Senate Bill 1299. Senate Bill 1300. Senate Bill 1324.
Mr. President.
The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Could Senate Bill 1299 please come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1299 will come out of the block.
And also Senate Bill 1300, please.
And Senate Bill 1300 as well. Thank you, Senator.
Senate Bill 1347. Senate Bill 1362. Senate Bill 1455. Senate Bill 1470.
Mr. President, can
The
Senate
senator
Bill,
from Russell County, Senator Chafin.
can Senate Bill 1470 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1470 will come out of the block.
Senate Bill 1581.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the Senate bills that are remaining in the block be passed in the enroll form, notwithstanding the objection of the governors. And I believe, Mr. President, that would take a 2/3 vote on those bills remaining in the block. And that would be with the exception of Senate Bill 872 on page 17, Senate Bill 1299 on page 20, Senate Bill 1300 on page 21, and Senate Bill 1470 on page 24.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objection of the governor in block? That is all bills except for 872, 1299, 1300, and 1470. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20, needing 27 votes. The governor's vetoes are sustained.
Could we reconsider that vote by...
Thank you, sir. Senator, we would need someone that voted on the prevailing side.
Mr. President,
the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider the motion.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's vetoes were sustained be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from James City County, if you would like to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would try once again. I would ask that all of the remaining bills in the block be passed, notwithstanding the governor's action on those bills.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, in block? That is, all bills except for 872, 1299, 1300, and 1470. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Excuse me, have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Needing 27 votes, the governor's vetoes are sustained. Returning to page 17, Senate Bill 872. The Senate will. We good? Will come to order. Returning to page 17, Senate Bill 872, the senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 872 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that bill, basically what we're doing here is we are bringing the law that is in its current form, which would have to do with, it requires any voter submitting an application for an absentee ballot by mail, fax, or email to submit it with their application, a copy of one of the forms of identification acceptable under the law. It does exempt military and overseas voters, exempt by the federal law under the MOVE Act, and persons with a disability. And so this is the current law of the land when you vote in person. And so what I would like to do is bring the law into consistency whenever we're voting absentee.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this bill is identical to House Bill 1478. The governor vetoed this bill because it could disenfranchise eligible voters in Virginia. The bill will force general registrars to apply a photo ID policy with no person present from an ID comparison. The requirement will not in any way deter fraudulent voting since it provides no means of verification of identification. This bill will disenfranchise eligible voters who are not able to vote on election day, but will miss the opportunity to vote due to delay in resolving loss, omission, or insufficient ID. Hope we will sustain the governor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass in enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The governor's veto is sustained. Turning forward to page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill 1299. The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, notwithstanding the governor's veto. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not want to belabor this point because this is a subject that we have discussed before. This has to do with protective orders, an expedited process for which a victim of domestic violence or someone who has otherwise been issued a protective order might have an expedited process and have the opportunity to gain access to a concealed carry permit. We have obviously discussed this before on the Senate floor. The bill has passed previously with overwhelming bipartisan majorities. Hope springs eternal, so I stand here to ask this body just to take a moment and consider that this is a bill that does some real good for those who are victims in a very narrow window of time when they are most vulnerable. This is not a radical departure. This is not doing anything that would make anyone unsafe. Those have been some of the issues that are raised. And I will tell you, it should give you some pause that enough other states think that there is value in such an emergency measure that Colorado, Idaho, Kentucky, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Ohio have similar emergency permits that are available. Idaho, Kentucky, Michigan, and Ohio expressly provide that a protective order may form the basis of issuing the temporary permit. And California further makes a protective order, plus being in grave danger, an affirmative defense to the prohibition on concealed carry. So I just ask you to please consider that and appeal to you to consider that there are people who are not as safe as we are, who are victims of just unknowable daily violence in their lives and who often don't have the courage to protect themselves or don't have the access. They can otherwise open carry. I just want to emphasize that point. They can otherwise open carry, but they feel better and safer not doing so. So I would just ask that you please pass the bill, notwithstanding the governor's veto. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate to vote no on this bill. Although it is well-intentioned, people who have studied this issue, women's advocates, researchers at UVA have said time and again, coming up with additional strategies for introducing a firearm in a volatile situation where a woman feels vulnerable is, even though she's the one getting this permit, is not a good practice. In fact, where there's a firearm, a woman is 7 times more likely to suffer a casualty, and many of these casualties are fatal. So we just can't go down this path. I understand why the patron has introduced the bill, but it simply does not achieve the policy goals that we want to achieve, which at the end of the day, I think would be keeping the woman safe and empowering the woman to get to the justice system and make the protective order system work. So there are other alternatives. This is not the best alternative. This is not the safest alternative. So I please ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd first start by saying that there is a reason that so many more women are injured by firearms in these dispute situations than men, and the very reason is because the women are unarmed and the men are armed. I'll take you way back to when I had recently graduated from law school, and of course you come out of law school and you think you've got all the answers to everything. And there was a young woman who walked into my office, and it was a divorce situation, separation situation, and she described for me a very, very dangerous husband. This was a man who was simply going to kill her. And I thought about what they had taught me in law school about getting a restraining order and that sort of thing. And I knew that given the nature of this particular individual, that restraining order was about worth the paper that it was written on. And I realized that I had an obligation not only to simply practice law, but I had an obligation to save the life of this woman. And I thought about it, and I ignored this silly idea that we'd simply get a restraining order for somebody who was going to go in and who was literally going to kill her imminently. And I told her, I want you to go away and hide. That was my advice to her. Go away and hide. And I felt kind of sick having to say it. But looking back after all of these years, the advice that I gave her was precisely correct. It was precisely correct. Get out of town, get where he can't find you, and hide. And I think it's unfortunate because now she was able to do it. Not all women are able to do it. Women have to support the family. They have kids in school. They have all of these obligations. They can't always run and hide. And I would like for women to have the ability to not simply run and hide, but to stand and fight. And I think this is a bill that does just that. It gives the woman the ability to stand and fight if that is what she chooses to do. And so I would encourage you to pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Vivola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, speaking to the measure, I just want to note that under this bill, without the governor's veto, this bill would actually allow a woman to obtain an expedited permit. So the training requirement would be removed. That wouldn't be in play. That wouldn't be required. So again, I understand that people think you should an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, a gun for a gun. But that does not, at the end of the day, make the situation safer. And frequently, if a woman does have access to a firearm and is not trained, doesn't know how to use it, more often than not, it will be the woman who injures herself. So having said that, I guess I've exhausted the most important arguments we can make, although there are many more. Again, I ask the body to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. If nobody else wishes to speak, I would just like to raise two important points with respect to the gentle lady from Arlington's comments. Number one, her point, which is understandably the point of many people who take the other position, is let the process work through with the protective order. Let the protective order stand alone, and that will protect the victim. And I wasn't going to speak to this again, but I just feel like that is the point that needs to be made, and probably the fundamental fact that is most often missing in this debate, and that is the protective order is merely a piece of paper. And that goes to the point of the senior senator from Loudoun who gave that important advice to his client. When I was in my first year of law school, it really demonstrated how utterly naive I was, because we had my professor give us a lecture one of our first days about protective orders and what they mean and how they work. And then what the real life application of a protective order is in situations of violence and abuse. And he told of a story related to, I guess, someone who was a client of his. A protective order had been issued. The abuser came to the home. The female produced a protective order and said, you're not allowed to be here. And she tried to fight back. And he took the piece of paper and ripped it up into little pieces. And he stuffed it down her throat. And he choked her to death with a piece of paper that was that protective order. That's all it is. And I have never, ever forgotten that story. And so the bottom line is, yes, in some cases, that protective order is enough. And people who follow the law and who, aren't violent will be deterred. But in most of the cases where somebody is an imminent threat of death, whose abuser could care less about what the law is, about what the gun laws are with respect to them, and will go after the person with anything. And so, in my view, if you have an opportunity to protect yourself, and you do, if you're a law-abiding citizen, this is the other piece that people forget, you already have the right to open carry. So all this does is allow the victim to conceal carry. That's it, for that very short amount of time. And as to the very important point that the gentle lady made about training, that is really an important point. And I will get to that in about 3 minutes when we get to Senate Bill 1300 that the governor also vetoed. And that was the companion piece that allowed for the training. So I would just urge you to take a second look. Don't let the politics of this play into what should really be just a common sense piece of legislation that, more people in this body last year voted for. And I know that if you thought about it, you would think about the lives that you would save. And so I would just urge you to please consider passing the bill, notwithstanding the governor's veto. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objection of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The governor's veto is sustained. Senate Bill 1300, the senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of Senate Bill 1300, notwithstanding the governor's veto. This is a bill that also passed with strong bipartisan support, and it would have allowed victim services funds to be used providing gun safety training to victims of crimes. And we had the money in the budget, and so with that, I would ask that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Loudoun, Senator Wexton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of the veto. Mr. President, I'm not so naive as to think that everybody in this room doesn't already know how they're going to vote on this bill. But I would point out that those of you who pretend or would fool yourselves into thinking that this makes victims safer, that is absolutely contradicted by the data and by the facts. The fact is that whenever there's a firearm present in a domestic violence situation, no matter whose firearm it is, the woman victim is 5 times more likely to die. And it's also a fact that women receive much harsher sentences for fighting back against their male partners, an average of 15 years in the penitentiary. So don't try to fool yourselves into thinking that you're making women safer by voting for this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I had no intention of rising to speak. The only people who are fooling themselves are the people who think that somehow by sustaining this veto, we're protecting victims of crimes. We're not. We're absolutely not. Protective orders, as has been said ad nauseum, they don't protect people who are determined to do them harm. Here, I just looked up. I'm unleashing my inner Tom Garrett here. But yeah, please, dear God, don't send me to Washington. But there are countless cases in Virginia and across the country of women who are victims of abuse who've gotten a protective order. First thing that I pulled up is estranged wife had protective order in play when husband allegedly killed her with a baseball bat. Dear God, put a gun in her hand. Give her a little bit of training. If she decides she's going to get a gun, let's give her the tools to use it responsibly, to protect people in her household, to protect her children, to make sure that she is using it appropriately. When we talk about protective orders, and this may be going a little bit far afield, but Senator Vogel's backyard, where she grew up, was in Shenandoah County. It is in my district. About the time that I got elected, there was a situation in the county in which a woman got a protective order. Actually, it wasn't the first protective order, wasn't the second protective order, wasn't even the third protective order. It was the fifth protective order she'd gotten against her estranged boyfriend. He paid no attention to it. And while she was gone, who knows whether having a gun, having training would have prevented this. But it's demonstrative of the lengths and the irrationality that is involved in these situations. The boyfriend came to her house, abducted her two children, took them to a remote mountaintop location, slit their throats, killed them, and killed himself. It is National Victims' Rights Awareness Week. I said that with my tongue in cheek somewhat earlier. Let's protect some victims of crime. Let's give them a little bit of education. This isn't putting a gun in their hands, for God's sakes. This is saying, if you're gonna get a firearm, we're gonna help you. We're gonna provide you with a modicum of training. Let's give them a little bit of help now.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass? I'm sorry. The senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no one else wishes to speak, I just wanted to make a point. The statement was made that in a situation of domestic violence where there is a gun introduced into the situation, that the female is 5 times more likely to be injured. That speaks, in my mind, to precisely what it is that this bill, Senate Bill 1300, attempts to do, and that is make training available. And I think the point was made in a very profound way, and that is, if you are going to find yourself in a position of vulnerability where your life is at stake, and again, this is not the question. This is not an issue of putting a weapon in someone's hands. This is an issue of making training available. That's all this is, education and training. So if you may philosophically be opposed to the other bill, don't let that stand in the way of something like training, which I think is hugely important, precisely for the point that was made about the issue of women being more vulnerable and 5 times more likely to be injured. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The veto of the governor is sustained. Moving forward to page 24. Senate Bill 1470, the senator from Russell County, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1470 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And we all know, I've spoken on this bill several times. I've carried it. It's been vetoed by the governor ever since he's been here. He's been vetoing the bill. And we all know that Southwest Virginia is in a great plight. I've spoke about regionalism. I've spoke about my willingness to support regions. I've demonstrated my willingness to support other regions and to support my colleagues. So I'm calling on you once again to support Southwest Virginia when Southwest Virginia is in its greatest need. And, you know, I know that the governor does not want to extend his aid to Southwest Virginia. The people of Southwest Virginia understand it and they feel it. But we have an obligation to all the people of Virginia in this chamber as well. And I want to go over, just today, there was new economic indicators that were released by the Virginia Employment Commission. And I just want you to hear these numbers because it'll give you the stark reality and take this away from the post of politics. It'll give you some better concept of what we're dealing with in Southwest Virginia and particularly in the Coalfield region. As I said, these indicators came out and they showed that we have a labor force in Southwest Virginia of just a tick over 70,000 laborers. It's one of the smallest economies in the state. And recent trends show a continuing decline across most of the measures. The number of employed persons is declining, and this points to a shrinking labor force, down 3.8% from just last year, and it's been on a steady decline for 2 years, going into 3 years. In point of fact, the Southwest region saw the largest magnitude of decrease in both size of its labor force and the number of employed persons. The number of establishments, business establishments, is down 2.4%. Average employment is down 5%, and total wages, of course, are down as well. So, as expected, as I discussed with you earlier this year, as I discussed with you last year, as I discussed with you the year before, the reason that these numbers are down is largely due to, and the largest declines are in mining, quarrying, and energy extraction, which saw average employment fall by 26% and total wages decrease by 18% in 1 year. In 1 year. So, you know, maybe if you understand the free fall concept of that economy and how that this economy is being affected and not having any help or stimulation from Richmond, maybe you would better understand that Southwest Virginia needs this help. So, you know, just this year, we, in our budget, we had about a $10 million hole just in the coalfield counties in their school funding. $10 million, okay? We made up the money here in this chamber, okay? We doled it out. We didn't quite give that much, but we doled it out. We gave that Band-Aid, but this is more than a Band-Aid. This is something that will help an industry that is struggling, and it will help the industry continue and will help people keep jobs, good-paying jobs, good wage-paying jobs. You know, I urge you to reconsider your position. I think I've demonstrated certainly my willingness to work with each of you in your regions, and I urge you to reconsider your position on your vote here. Voting, in my view, certainly in the view of the people of Southwest Virginia, voting with the governor on this measure is unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, when we started this coal tax production credit, we were told that this was in 1988. I think Bill Wampler, former Senator Wampler, put it in, and we were told that this would grow the industry. Well, over the 28 years total, till 2016, although we didn't do it the last several years, they've taken over $637 million in credits. Now, when we started doing this and they were going to grow the number, it was 11,106 employees. As of the end of December, it was down to 2,483. Clearly hasn't worked. And I don't deny that Senator Chafin's area desperately needs aid. I don't think anybody in here would. And we need to do something. This is just not the most effective way of doing it. And therefore, that's why the governor has vetoed it. It hasn't had the effect that we had wanted. So I would ask that we sustain the governor's veto.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just say that what goes on in the coal region impacts the rest of the state. And first and foremost, let me speak a little bit about coal, because we've seen the impacts of the decline in coal in Hampton Roads also. Let's not forget that the largest bulk export from the port of Hampton Roads is coal. And we've seen a precipitous decline in coal ships, and all the economic activity that comes along with those coal ships and moving that coal from Southwest Virginia to overseas. Also, Mr. President, and I would listen to that, and for far too long, what we've been talking about here is trying to treat symptoms of Southside and Southwest Virginia of a bad economy. Give more money for the schools. Give more money for these things. Not treating the disease. Not going after the disease. And when you listen to the citizens of Southwest Virginia, they know what the cure of the disease is, but they need help from Richmond if they expect to cure the disease. I think it's the goal of everyone in this chamber to have every part of Virginia have an economy that's on fire. That's the best way to raise revenue I know. That's the best way to move Virginia forward. So I think it's time that we listen to those that represent Southwest and Southside Virginia and listen to them, because they talk to their constituents and they know what it's going to take to turn their economy around and get their economy moving again. And that behooves all of us, because up in Northern Virginia, you all send down a lot of money every year that you never get back. It goes to other parts of the state, but it goes to other parts of the state to treat symptoms, not the disease. So I would hope we'd use this opportunity and despite the objections of the governor, move this bill forward, because this bill offers opportunity to put people back to work in an industry they know works. And I'll remind everybody in this room that despite some of the efforts, still 30% of all electricity in this nation is still powered by coal and will be for the foreseeable future. So I think we need to do everything we can to ensure that Virginia's coal industry is as competitive or more competitive than anyone else. And so I would hope that we would go ahead and move this bill forward.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to speak about this bill because I'm the one who inadvertently and innocently started the whole looking into this tax incentive. Several years ago, I put in the resolution to have Jay Lark look at the various tax incentives and see what works and what doesn't work. And the one that they worked on, it turns out, was this one. And they showed definitively it doesn't work. It's not having the desired impact. And from my perspective, worse. Not only is it not working, but it's not benefiting the miners. It's benefiting the executives. So what are we doing here? But I want to take some umbrage at some of what's been said. I agree with my colleague, Senator Wagner, that we need to look out for all parts of the Commonwealth. But I don't agree that this governor is not looking out for Southwest Virginia. This governor has done everything he can, not only to bring jobs there, but to bring health care. He's trying to bring Medicaid expansion. And he is over and over again trying to help the people of Southwest Virginia get high-paying health care jobs that get the services they need. And to say that he is not trying to assist them, I think, is going beyond the pale. And I certainly hope we will assist him both in defeating this tax incentive that doesn't work and in expanding Medicaid. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? In favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The governor's veto, rather, is sustained.
House bills with governor's recommendations. House Bill 1500. If you would turn to page 32. The House did not agree to Amendment 1, Amendment 2, okay.
Sorry, it did agree. Yes, it did agree. To agree to amendments. Did you do it backwards? I did it back.
Okay. All right, we're going to start over. The House agreed to amendments 1 through 4, 6, 13 through 15, 13 through 15, 18, 20, 21, 24 through 26.
Mr. President.
Where?
'27 is a neurological birth fund, and they rejected a second paragraph, which was the one that was most controversial.
And they agreed to paragraphs 1 and 3 on 27.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, just so I understood, we will be taking up Amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 13, 14, 15, 18, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26, and paragraphs 1 and 3 on 27. The House has rejected all of the other amendments that we will not be considering.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. I would move that we accept the governor's recommendations that are before us. And I could speak to that if you got to.
It's fine, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. And I presume that if we could go through this with the one exception rule, like if there's anyone that wants something taken out of the block, that we would do that. In general, Mr. President, I would say that the governor's amendments were basically in three categories. One, technical, and most of them that are in front of us right now are simply technical amendments. And the other were late timing issues that we were not able to address adequately during the session or unaware of as we were concluding. And the third were areas where the governor decided to revisit some of those issues that we previously made decisions on. And I would say in that third category, none of those are in front of us right now. The House has refused to revisit those areas. So it is my understanding, or at least as I look at these, and be glad to respond to any questions that any member might have, rather than going through them individually, or we can go through them individually if you care to, that there are remaining no items that I would consider controversial in nature. The one item of controversy, as the Senate Majority Leader, Senator from James City County has indicated, had one component that would have limited reimbursements to private providers at Medicaid rates. That was not agreed to. The other portions of the neurological fund, the birth injury fund, were supported and hopefully will allow us to move forward with corrective action we needed to take with that fund. With that, Mr. President, I would yield to questions, or if there are no questions, I would move that the block be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President?
Yes, the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I'd like to, Amendment 27, I'd like to pull it out of the block. The birth-related neurological injury compensation program language.
Without objection, Amendment 27 will come out of the block.
Mr. President, over here.
Yes, sir. The senator.
Can we pull Amendment 3? Can we pull Amendment 3 out of the block, please?
Without objection, Amendment 3 will come out of the block on page 33. Okay. With the exception of Amendment 3 and 27, the question is, shall the amendments to House Bill 1500 be agreed to in block? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The amendments in the block pass. Return to page 33. Amendment 3. Don't all stand up at once. The senator from Augusta County.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I'm reading number 3 correctly, it was a technical correction to assumed revenue from the authorizations for new licensing fees, and I would move that we accept the governor's recommendation on that. The introduced budget assumed a total of $250,000. The enrolled bill removes the authorizing language, but also removes $300,000 in assumed revenue instead of $250,000. So there's a $50,000 difference there. It's a technical correction.
Yes, sir.
I move that we accept that one.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall amendment number 3 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The amendment is agreed to. Moving forward to page 41, Amendment 27, paragraphs 1 and 3. The Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the recommendations to item 27 that are in front of us, and that's Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 basically sets up the mechanism for the program which corrects, in past practice, that fund used Medicaid funds. This would set up a private provider as a primary payer. So that's what Section 1 does. Section 3 tasked the State Corporation Commission with developing a report containing options and recommendations for sustaining the program over time in a cost-effective manner. So I would move to accept both of these amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall paragraphs 1 and 3 of Amendment 27 be...
Mr. President.
I'm sorry, the Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
With that clarification, I have no objection. Is my understanding the number 2, which is the objectionable part, paragraph dealing with the Medicaid issue, that is no longer part of the governor's amendment.
That's correct, Senator.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall paragraphs 1 and 3 of Amendment 27 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The amendments are agreed to.
If you would return to page 26. We're just going to do this?
Yeah, that's the only
Okay.
ones we have.
I'm sorry. If you would turn to page 44. These are House bills that were communicated during the regular session that we did not take up on the last day. House Bill 1721 on page 44.
The Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, Mr. President, let it go by temporarily. I was anticipating we would start with page 26.
That's fine, Senator. Without objection, House Bill 1721 will go by temporarily.
We're taking these up because we have not received any communications today from the House on House bills, other than 1,500.
The Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would ask that we stand in recess until 5 o'clock to give the senators an opportunity to look at those bills that were not addressed by the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will stand in recess.
I can tell them which ones they are if they'd like to hear that. Okay. On page 44, House Bill 1721. On page 45, House Bill 1846, I'm sorry. On page 48, 2014. On page 53, 2201. And on page 55, 2324.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will stand in recess until 5 o'clock.
4 of your calendar, House Bill 1721.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, House Bill 1721, the governor amendment, I would move that we concur with the governor amendment and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the bill that pertains to the State Board of Community Colleges offering the reduced rate and tuition for active duty military. The amendment is technical and rids itself of unnecessary words and corrects the organizational name.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page
Mr. President?
The senator from Arlington.
Excuse me, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 1721, I ask that we reconsider the vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Bedford.
Mr. President, I move that that the amendment be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 45, House Bill 1846.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the governor's amendment be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was a bill that allowed for non-electronic death filings that could be filed in any district. The amendment is somewhat technical, and it clarifies that you can file both the electronic versions or the regular versions in any registration district. I hope we would agree with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 48, House Bill 2014.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was a bill that changed the timing of the biennial review of the standards of quality by the Board of Education to the odd years, and the technical amendment was requested by the Division of Legislative Services to ensure that the budget estimates would always take into consideration the board's standards of quality, and I would hope that we would concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 53, House Bill 2201.
There we go. It's big time.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2201 is the driving in the left lane too long bill. And it started out with a $250 fine. The governor felt that $250 without judicial discretion was too high for a traffic violation for Virginians, and his recommendation was $100 per fine with the discretion of the judiciary to determine if it was egregious or not. So I'd ask that we vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
On page 55, House Bill 2324.
The senator from Mecklenburg, excuse me. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I think the senator from Mecklenburg forgives you for his heart failure. Mr. President, I move that we agree to the governor's amendments to 2324. This was the monumental bill that allows clerks, if they so desire, clerks of court to give debit card to jurors for the $30 attendance fee that they get. And the bill, as it was presented, said that you can withdraw for free once in anticipation of the fact that they probably are going to withdraw the whole thing. But the governor's concerned that they may want to make $15 withdrawals or three $10 withdrawals. And his amendment makes it clear that they can, even if they want, make $31 withdrawals without a charge on that credit card. So I suspect that this dooms the use of these debit cards, but in the interest of comedy, I would suggest that we agree with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 2324, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to on House Bill 2324 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Rockingham.
Mr. President, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to on House Bill 2324? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The recommendations are agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Inquiry of the clerk. Do we have any other House bills that we may take up at this time, ma'am?
No, sir. It's our understanding they're on vetoes at this time.
All right. Mr. President, just trying to think ahead with Tommy expediency, I'm wondering if perhaps we could rearrange the order of business and perhaps take up any points of personal privilege that any senator may have at this time rather than later in the evening. And coincidentally, I happen to have one, sir, but I will certainly I would certainly wait to see if any other member has any.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, one of the budget amendments we did not have to address this afternoon was the governor's proposed amendment to decline the invitation on funding some of the money going to the 2019 commemoration for the Jamestown-Yorktown Foundation. And that proposed governor's amendment was wisely rejected by a very significant vote in the House of Delegates, so we did not have to deal with it. This past weekend, the Americans Museum on the Revolution at Yorktown was dedicated, and His Excellency was there and gave a very exuberant speech, which I think we all enjoyed. And he was his entertaining self, but he certainly was a good spokesperson, and I mean that sincerely. He was an excellent spokesperson on behalf of the initiation of that museum. But it was also brought to my attention by one of the chiefs of Virginia tribes that a fairly significant historical event had taken place, which perhaps we in Virginia did not recognize as significantly as we should. And I wanted to take just a moment and share that with you. As we continue to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the English settlement at Jamestown, there are many historical milestones that you have heard about as we move towards 2019. The 400th anniversary of the passing of a critically important figure in our history occurred since we last met. Matoka, as she was better known as Pocahontas, was the favorite daughter of Chief Powhatan. Pocahontas was credited with saving the colony at Jamestown by bringing the colonists food during the starving times and enabled them to sustain themselves until another supply could arrive from England. During the First Anglo-Powhatan War, Pocahontas was captured by the English colonists, and she was held as part of a military strategy to keep Chief Powhatan and his warriors from retaliating against the colonists. During her captivity, as you certainly know from your fourth grade Virginia history, she converted to Christianity and ultimately married John Rolfe, who was a widowed English settler at the time. The conversion and marriage of Pocahontas helped bring an end to the hostilities to the First Anglo-Powhatan War, leading to a period that was actually historically noted as the Powhatan Peace. In 1616, Pocahontas, who was now known as Rebecca Roth, traveled to England. As the English considered Powhatan to be the ruler of an empire, Pocahontas was welcomed as a princess and entertained at society gatherings and was actually greeted by James I while she was in London. Pocahontas was in her early 20s at that age and was due to return to her beloved Virginia with her husband and their son, who was appropriately known as Thomas or Little Tommy. And she was coming back, and that's not historically accurate, by the way. She and John Roth and Thomas were scheduled to return in March of 1617. When she boarded the ship for Virginia, she became deathly ill. She was taken ashore at Gravesend in Kent for medical treatment, and she passed away there on March the 21st. Pocahontas is finally remembered by her people as the mother of America. Without her heroic actions and mercy, the reconciliation and the struggling English colony may not have survived. I would say to you that in celebration and commemoration of this date, which is extremely important to our Native Americans and our Virginia tribes, a delegation actually went to England, and of course we're in London and some of the other sites where they were marvelously entertained and respectfully recognized for the heritage and the intersection between our Native Americans as represented by Pocahontas, who was probably the first envoy that was sent there, and the English people. I saw some wonderful photographs that were taken of the chiefs of several of our native tribes as they were in London and were being escorted into a number of the historical sites. I will say to you that while we in Virginia did not give the immediate attention to that delegation that went to London, that our Native Americans from those tribes are exceptionally proud of their heritage as represented by the lineage and the work and good offices that Pocahontas offered. So, Mr. President, I would move we adjourn today. We do so in the member of Pocahontas, whose brief but consequential life ended 400 years ago today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I will leave this session feeling like, as lawmakers and as leaders in the Commonwealth, we really did not do our job. We did not serve our constituents in the manner in which they deserve. Once again, we have had the opportunity to vote to expand Medicaid in the Commonwealth. The governor gave us the opportunity in the budget, and as a body, we declined to do that. And it is really, it's unexplainable to many parts of the state and to folks who are willing to listen to reason, for folks who are willing to say, yes, I care about my fellow Virginian. There are so many reasons why we should expand Medicaid. My goodness, we have working families in Virginia who do not make enough money to visit a doctor when a member of their family is sick. So what happens is they end up waiting way too long. They don't want to take time off from work, as you might expect. There are reasons why. They wait till their condition becomes quite severe. They go to the emergency room. The outcomes are much less positive because they waited too long to get their condition treated. And, of course, the care is absorbed. The cost of that care is absorbed by the hospital, but it's not really, because it's passed on to those of us who do have insurance. And then, of course, the hospitals have to eat some of that cost, which is very, very problematic for our hospitals. We rank 29th in the entire world on our average length of life, our lifespan in this country. We are one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and we rank 29th. Nobody wants to duplicate our healthcare system. Nobody believes that we have the best or a fair or equitable way of allocating healthcare resources. And yet, we as lawmakers have an opportunity to change that. The federal government has said, and yes, they said it again, even with a Republican Congress, we are going to keep Medicaid expansion. The federal government will continue to fund Medicaid expansion up to 90%, actually. Why are we not taking this? 31 other states in the 31 other states in the country have stepped up to the plate, many of them with Republican governors. But they have said it is worth our while. And for Virginia, we're losing almost $6 million a day. $6 million a day. Our tax dollars go, and they're going to fund health care for citizens in other states. That's not fair. It's not right. Do we not care enough about our own citizens? To me, this makes absolutely no sense. You know, we had a discussion earlier today about the coal tax. Well, many analysts on both sides of the aisle have looked at the economic impact of participating in Medicaid expansion. And we are talking about 30,000 jobs. Well, most of those jobs are going to go to areas really where we have high unemployment, where coal miners are not working, where we could easily train folks. There are a lot of healthcare jobs available that only require a year or two of training. They're well-paying jobs. They would be providing services to their fellow neighbors, their friends, their citizens. We would be healthier. It's really pretty astounding. And then we all talk about, my goodness, we have to save money in our budget. We all have things we want to fund. We want to fund, celebrations. We want to fund higher education. It's costing us $250 million in our state budget. In the 2016-2018 budget, it was $250 million we were spending on health care to individuals who could not access health care because they didn't have insurance. And we have been funding state programs, and those programs would have been covered under Medicaid expansion. Why are we not moving forward? To me, we can't explain this in any kind of rational or humanitarian way to the residents of the Commonwealth. There is no explanation for this. This is totally irresponsible, not moving forward. Totally. I mean, we have human lives at stake. We have the opportunity to grow our economy. We have the opportunity to make our hospitals better. And yet we're saying no? What excuse is there? I see none. Right now, we're suffering with an opioid crisis. We have mental illness that we're not addressing. 77,000 Virginians would be eligible to access mental health care if we had Medicaid expansion today. And they could access it right away at the point where they needed it. But once again, we are saying no. Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply not right. And I will conclude by saying every major group in the Commonwealth, every major business group, every healthcare organization, businesses, everybody has come forward and said it's actually been a very diverse coalition, not to mention the faith community coming forward and saying, please move forward with Medicaid expansion. We need this. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. A point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to speak on the issue of Medicaid expansion. We're losing millions of dollars a day in Virginia, which is going to the federal government to pay for expansion in 31 other states and the District of Columbia. In Virginia, more than 1 in 10 of our friends and neighbors are uninsured, or almost 400,000 people. The overwhelming majority of the uninsured are working, and they are not earning enough to visit a doctor when they are sick. So they wait until their condition reaches a crisis point. Then they go to the emergency room. And who pays for that? We do. We're all paying when this happens through higher insurance premiums, and hospitals must absorb a portion of this uncompensated care cost. Every major business group in this state, including the Virginia Chamber of Commerce and hospitals across the Commonwealth, support Medicaid expansion. As I mentioned, over 70% of those eligible for expansion are working Virginians. If we look around and ask the person next to us if they're waiting on us in a restaurant or a single mom with children, those are the people in need of Medicaid expansion. We have people out there who are quitting their jobs in order to qualify for Medicaid. That is certainly a very perverse incentive. If we care about putting people to work like we say we do, then we would support Medicaid expansion. It would create 30,000 new jobs. The governor's proposed amendment would have lowered state payments for hospital indigent care, lowered state payments for community mental health services, lowered state payments for prisoners' hospital costs, reduced 50% state payments for parts of Medicaid. Uninsured Virginians probably already participate in programs that the state already helps to fund, such as TANF or SNAP. By expanding Medicaid and reinserting this budget amendment, we would have been better able to provide these individuals with the life-saving health care that they need. But once again, we are the state of no. The state of no to our citizens in need of vital health care. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a very brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
You know, we get lots of email in our boxes every day, and you all got one the last day from the Commonwealth Institute. Now, everything I get, I take with a grain of salt, but I've been very interested in this question of how many people with serious mental illness would benefit from Medicaid expansion. And most of the numbers I've seen have come from the University of Virginia, and they suggest somewhere between 60 and 70,000 people. But this piece said if you include those who have substance abuse disorders, you're over 100,000. And they compare Virginia's substance abuse hospitalizations that from 2013 to 2015 with those of our surrounding states, Maryland, West Virginia, and Kentucky, that have expanded Medicaid. In those three states, you've seen dramatic decreases in the number of substance abuse hospitalizations. Maryland, I think 69%, West Virginia, 79%, and Kentucky, 86% decrease in the number of people who are going to hospital. Now that might be that might be related to something else in the Medicaid expansion, but the suggestion is that people who are eligible for Medicaid expansion are receiving treatment and being diverted from hospitalization. They're getting preventative care. In Virginia, during that same period, our substance abuse hospitalizations have increased by 17%. So when people say that failing to expand Medicaid is costing people their lives, the numbers would suggest that there's some truth to that.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise for a point of personal privilege as well.
The senator has the floor.
It's basically 2 points of personal privilege. The first, a lamentation, and the second, a celebration. The first is that, unfortunately, the governor who signed into law the rate freeze 2 years ago did not give us an opportunity this year to actually vote on it in a meaningful way. He signed it citing the Clean Power Plan from the previous administration. The senator from Fairfax City had a bill that he introduced. I was proud to co-patron it. It was probably the best bill we had this year that didn't get out of committee. Since that time, after it was defeated, then the governor used the bully pulpit to announce he supported our bill. There were numerous opportunities for him to send down a bill during session. There were bills that we consider today he could have amended. But despite his claim of support, he didn't do that. He also just let it go right past him that the new president's administration has issued an executive order rescinding the Clean Power Plan, which was the justification for this. So even though the Clean Power Plan is going away, the rate freeze that's costing a lot of Virginians to overpay for their electricity, a necessity, continues. And that's really unfortunate, and I'm sorry that barring a special session, which I don't see, today will be the last day that we'll be on this floor during this governor's administration until his successor is elected. And it's really unfortunate that he's going to be leaving office this way. The other much more positive note today is a day of celebration. On April 5th, 1856, was the birthday of one of the great Virginians. A Virginian who's actually from my district. His birthplace is unknown, but we believe it to be right down the street from the senator from Fairfax County's law practice. And it's on a road that bears his name, Booker T. Washington Highway. And we're incredibly proud of Booker T. Washington. I was afraid that the senator from who teaches at Hampton University was going to bring him up today also because he's a product of that university's predecessor institution as well as from Franklin County. And one of the best events I've got to attend during my time as a member of the Senate or as a candidate for the Senate was our Juneteenth celebration in Franklin County, in which the senator from I'm very sorry. the senator from Franklin County, son, participated in. And what that was our Juneteenth celebration, like a lot of places celebrates what it meant locally. And what they celebrate there is when Booker T. Washington found out that he was going to be free, when the Emancipation Proclamation was read aloud to them. And what did freedom mean to Booker T. Washington? It meant he was finally going to be able to go to school and get an education. Now, he was able to get some secret education, but of course he was denied it because of the situation. But fortunately, he became a great man. One thing I want to read, if you all have not had the opportunity to read Up From Slavery, it's a great book. It's in the public domain. It's a short read. It's really one of the best ways to spend an afternoon and really understand a lot more about our country. And in it, he mentions he cannot recall a single instance during his childhood, early boyhood, when our entire family sat down to the table together and God's blessing was asked, and the family ate a meal in a civilized manner. On the plantation in Virginia and even later, meals were gotten to the children very much as dumb animals get theirs. The man, as a boy, didn't even get to have a decent meal. Through his hard work and education, he became such a man of significance that he dined at the White House with Teddy Roosevelt as president. It was very controversial, and he wasn't invited back again, unfortunately, because of some of the reactions. But from never having a meal in his childhood to dining at the White House, basically because of single-mindedness in how education could improve his lives and the lives of so other people who had been enslaved. And what he did through Tuskegee Institute in Alabama was tremendous. And I believe a motion's already been made, but I'd like to add to that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory and honor of a son of Franklin County, Booker T. Washington.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't have anything prepared for a point of personal privilege today, but I had, when the majority leader opened up the opportunity so he could share a little story about Tommy Pocahontas, I don't think he realized that we would be launching into a conversation about Medicaid. But I have a couple thoughts to share on that at this time, Mr. President. Certainly, one of the amendments that came through from the House that I didn't explain, would you all believe that the House approved the amendment to allow the governor to expand Medicaid? Would you all believe that? Oh, I didn't think you would. But at any rate, nothing was snuck through on us there. The governor has been consistent on that, but sometimes the effort, and when it's not timed appropriately, doesn't accomplish a whole lot. I think we were all focused on the activities in Washington a couple weeks ago, but quite frankly, I think the dust up there shouldn't be a signal to us that all is well now and the states can comfortably move forward with expansion under the existing rules. Indeed, we really dodged a bullet. And the people who saved us from that bullet weren't the ones that we would normally think would save us from putting our Medicaid program in peril. The actual votes, the way they were cast at that time, those who would like to really just undermine totally the Medicaid program were the ones who basically sabotaged the administration's efforts to make times tough for the states with Medicaid. So doing nothing was the best outcome at that point in time. Now, having said that, I don't want to impugn my brother Republicans in Washington at this time because, in fact, they are actually talking substantively about the program, about the health care needs of this country. And in fact, they may be able, because of that conversation, to come up with something that will allow states like Virginia to move forward. Secretary of Health, Secretary Hazel contacted me by text message right after that vote and said, hey, do you think there's an opportunity for us to get the conversation going now in Virginia? And I suggested to him that yes, but the timing wasn't right, that we really were going to have to put a lot of effort and thought, and we were going to have to continue to monitor what was going on in Washington and be able to react quickly here in Virginia if the right circumstance presents itself. I had a refresher on our health care statistics over the weekend. I was invited to speak to the the free clinic in Culpeper over the weekend. I actually made a mistake. I've been tempted on numerous occasions to use some of the jokes that the senior senator from Fairfax provides me occasionally. Since he sits in front of me, we become good buddies. He considers me sometimes on this side of the aisle, and I have to remind him that I really belong over there, but he sends me these jokes. At any rate, he sent me a joke that I used Saturday night, and it really woke people up, that I would share that with them. It was a good round of laughter, but the substance of the conversation was, though, about where we are with health care in the Commonwealth, the positive impacts of the Affordable Care Act, and there have been some positive impacts. It's a convoluted, messed up system, and we all know that at this point in time. But that's where I think the dust-up in Washington could help us and other states like Virginia as we resolve this, because there is division now. There's not a united front about how to resolve it, and that leads to a conversation which hopefully can allow our counterparts in Washington to get back to more of what we are and hopefully what we will continue to be, and that is focused on good policy for the citizens we represent rather than sustaining our seats in the great capital. And that's what we need to be about, Mr. President. I would suggest to the other members here. We are going to have to forge some type of bipartisan way to move forward, and to do that, we're going to have to not speak in political sound bites, but we're going to have to basically educate ourselves so we can make reasoned judgment calls about what will be best for the citizens that we represent. We know, as was pointed out, that our citizens are paying a significant amount of money, particularly those that have incomes over $250,000 in their household. That 3.8% tax is yielding over $1 billion a year just in itself. That's going to Washington and going somewhere. But it's not providing health care services for the citizens of the Commonwealth. What we have in place, Mr. President, right now in the budget language that we adopted this year is a vehicle, I think, that will allow us to have that conversation here in Virginia, to be knowledgeable about the movement in Washington. We put in place basically a joint subcommittee between the House and Senate that will have 4 members from each. And we will be meeting and monitoring regularly what is going on in Washington, looking for an opportunity to improve our Medicaid delivery system, looking for an opportunity to improve the broader health care delivery system itself in the Commonwealth. And when the opportunity is there that is right for us to move forward, I would hope that we can coalesce around a solution for the citizens of the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Clerk, is there any other?
No, sir, not at this time.
Senator from James City County. The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege briefly, if I may.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, we've been talking about some great Virginians here in the Commonwealth today, and the days that this is a special day for those members of our citizenry who stand out, make a difference for everyone in Virginia. But I want to remind you, Mr. President, and members of this body, that right here, right now, stands a great Virginian who is celebrating a birthday today. I call him Big D. You all know him as my friend over there, Senator Dave Marsden. So if we could just wish him a happy 24th birthday, barely legal, I'd certainly appreciate that, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Morrison, happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Given the unique nature of this day being veto day, I asked the governor to veto my birthday since I'm getting up there. But no, all those other vetoes, yeah, but not mine. But I appreciate the gentleman from Franklin County, and 70's getting real close.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I bring forward messages of great tidings from the House of Delegates. The House is currently engaged in discussions about the veto bills, and unlike the efficiency of the Senate, which took them up on the block, subject to the one exception, they are thoroughly and vigorously addressing each one of them individually. And it's interesting, Mr. President, that the loudest ughs were from people who just came out of the House of Delegates. So I would expect that my far right corner, which obviously is misconstrued, so I'll look at it from your perspective, the far left corner of the chambers, obviously you could use your continued good offices and go down there and encourage them to move forward with the dispatch and the efficiency that you have now been exposed to in the Senate. Having said that, Mr. President, the other thoroughly invigorating news is that they have not started to take up the House bills yet. So with that, Mr. President, I am going to respectfully ask that the Senate now stand in recess for 30 minutes, which is roughly around 6:15.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will stand in recess. Yes, Madam.
One other announcement. They are bringing in the pizza in a few minutes, so you might want to hang around.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will stand in recess until 6:15. The Senate will come to order. The senator from James City County.
Mr. President, I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The reading of the communication is waived.
On page 26 of your calendar, House Bill 1411.
The senator from Rockingham.
If we could temporarily pass that bill and perhaps go to the next bill, please.
Thank you, Senator.
On page 28, House Bill 1491.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman. Page 26.
Page 26, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment in speaking to that
The
motion.
senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill, HB 1491, that related to background checks, and the governor has put in that if, as long as the act is similar to other acts in other jurisdictions, that it would also be included. This is language that Legislative Services recommended, and it is common for these types of bills, Mr. President. I hope we would concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Again on 26, House Bill 1411.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I'm here. I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to. This bill is one that allows attorneys, privately retained attorneys, to withdraw from representation of criminal defendants at a certain stage of a case. It was a bill that was intended to address a conflict between actual practices between attorneys and clients and courts' expectations. And after working with the Supreme Court, my understanding is that the governor's amendment simply says that attorneys can withdraw at the stage set forth in the bill only if it is provided for in the written agreement between the attorney and client. And my understanding is the patron is in agreement, and I think it's a fine idea.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I was just going to concur that all it is an amendment that requires that the agreement be in writing. It's a matter of transparency so everybody understands what's going on. So I urge the body to vote yes.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
Page 42, House Bill 1525.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to. This bill deals with suspension of driver's licenses in other states, and the bill had provided that you follow the law and not the facts. You look at the law of the other state, not the facts of the other state, and whether the facts would have justified a conviction in a suspension case, a DUI case, and the like. And the governor's amendment provides that the provisions of the act don't provide for do not apply to disqualification of eligibility to operate a commercial motor vehicle imposed by the Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles pursuant to the Commercial Driver's License Act. So it doesn't apply to a disqualification under that.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Page 42, House Bill 1532.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. What House Bill 1532 did in its original form was reallocate the funding programs fund formula from a 75-25 split between localities and the state agency to an 80-20 split. What the governor's recommendation was that to put a reenactment clause on the bill and have the bill under further study for the funding requirements. With that explanation, I move that the governor's amendment pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
Page 43, House Bill 1539.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the governor's amendments be agreed to. His amendments return this legislation to the way it was first introduced before the House started jiggling around with it a little bit.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 43, House Bill 1663.
The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we accept the governor's recommendation. It's identical to a Senate bill previously agreed to by the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
Page 43, House Bill 1671.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. What House Bill 1671 did in its original is expands the exemption that allows a natural gas utility to recover development cost on certain qualifying projects located in the coalfield region. What the governor's amendment does, it expands it to any natural gas utility. And with that explanation, I move that we concur with the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's recommendation? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 44, House Bill 1691.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move that the governor's amendments be agreed to. This is merely a technical amendment. This bill authorized DCR to convey certain property located in Stafford County. Apparently, they also have to, under federal law, be authorized to accept property, even though they're not accepting it, in order to qualify for continued receipt of federal funds.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
And on page 44, House Bill 1708.
The senator from Bedford County, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I have a contrary view on that, and so I would yield to others to make the motion on that bill.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate agree to the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's recommendation? The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would recommend that that we reject the governor's amendment. And speaking to that motion, Mr.
The
President,
senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this goes to the standards of accreditation. Last year, we gave to the board the opportunity to come up with broad-ranging items, including the high school redesign. We also gave them the ability to alter what are ultimately going to be our standards of learning. However, when you get into the standards of accreditation, this Senate put on an amendment on the bill that said that our Education and Health Committee, this Senate, should be able to look at what the board comes up with before it becomes embedded into regulation. I think that's the right thing to do on something this big, and I would hope that we reject the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The chair votes yes. The amendment is agreed to.
And that is all we have at this point. Anything else?
The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order.
On page 45, House Bill 1829.
Yes, ma'am. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, having voted on a prevailing side by which we adopted the governor's recommendation to House Bill 1708, I ask that we reconsider that motion.
Thank you, Senator. Excuse me. The question is for the vote by which the governor's recommendations were approved on House Bill 1708 be reconsidered. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Rule 36-1.
Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Bedford. Senator from Northern Fairfax. If you could make that motion again, Senator. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. In speaking to the measure that's been moved by the senator from Northern Fairfax, this really throws a cog into the wheel of the board trying to come up with these accreditation standards. If they can't move forward, this really puts them in a difficult bind, and we need to move forward on these things. This is important for these workplace credentials, and I would ask that we pass the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor... I'm sorry, the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just speaking briefly, we last year gave tremendous opportunity for the board to act on many things, and I think that was a bipartisan effort. When it comes to standards of accreditation, those generally do flow through our committee, and I think it should in this case, and I would hope that we would reject the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to on House Bill 1708? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
And we have a House communication.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the communication is waived. The senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side, which we passed House Bill 1663, I'd like to move reconsideration on page 43.
Thank you, Senator. On page 43, House Bill 1663. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were approved on House Bill 1663 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move we accept the governor's recommendation. This is a bill is identical to a Senate bill previously agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
On page 45, House Bill 1829.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, you will recall that this was the bill that tries to make sure that teachers in their licensure process have hands-on practical experience with CPR. The bill originally had a beginning date, which would be July 1st. There's simply not enough time for teachers to become trained and educated by that time, so the governor has given it a new date of September 1st, 2017, and I hope we would concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 47, House Bill 1855.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, this is a companion to the bill that we just adopted, the governor's amendments to one of the two restitution bills. This is the one that in which the governor inserted back the ability to levy a $500 fine so we can make the poor people who are paying restitution more poor.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 46, House Bill 1851.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations. Mr. President, this deals with first offender status for domestic battery and circumstances under which appeals are waived. The patron, the governor, and others worked with the Supreme Court to fine-tune the process, and I believe that all the parties in interest agree that this is a better way of accomplishing the object of victims advocates.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 48, House Bill 1960, number 2, amendment only.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is House Bill 1960, is the bill that we heard much debate on during session about the towing bill from Planning District 8. The debate may go on after this, but the only amendment that we're dealing with right now is the removal of the language that required the second signature, that would not require a second signature, and that would be the governor's recommendation to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall...
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the senator from Western Fairfax County.
I'd like to also move that we reject the governor's amendments to this bill. This just puts the business community in Arlington in a really, really difficult situation.
Mr. President, if I can restate that was rejected. Number 2 is the only one left that of the governor's amendment, according to my counsel to my right. So the only amendment that remains is the per violation $150 fine.
So I apologize.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
So if I understand the gentleman from Grayson correctly, the amendment that we're voting on is the one that would say that if a tower committed a violation, an improper tow, that they could have a fine of up to $150 per improper tow, that it's a clarifying amendment rather than just a maximum of $150. Is that correct?
He's correct.
Speaking briefly.
The senator has the floor.
So I would ask the body to pass this amendment, and it just says if you're a bad actor that you pay for it, not just once if you tow a few cars incorrectly from a parking lot, but you would pay per car. It seems like $150 is not a huge deterrent if you engage in repeated or multiple offenses. So I'd ask that we vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall amendment number 2 of the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
On page 49, House Bill 2016.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just woke up, but 2016 is the bill dealing with the operation of electric personal devices, delivery devices, and on the sidewalks. This is identical to Senate Bill 1207, which was Senator DeSteff's bill. The governor's amendment to this bill is in the same manner as what we dealt with Senate Bill 1207. The amendments clarifying that the plate or the marker on the electronic or the electrical personal delivery device must be in a position and size clearly enough to be visible.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendation is agreed to.
On page 49, House Bill 2017.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments be agreed to. This is the legislation that allows localities to exempt small procurement from bonding requirements. The amendments are technical and are requested by Legislative Services.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2026 on page 49.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is relating to the property carriers bill. This is identical to Senate Bill 1364, technical amendments that we heard earlier. The effective date of the act in the code with the date original act became effective July 1, 2002, so it was not changed. I'd ask that we accept the...
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 50, House Bill 2053, amendments number 1, 2, and 3 only.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I yield the floor to the senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Who? Me? Senator. I thank you very much, Mr. President. It's been 4 great years with you, and I appreciate messing it up right here at the end. That's nice of you. I'll always remember our time together. It's great.
Likewise.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You're going to make me cry. I'm getting a little teary-eyed. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm good. House Bill 2053. Sorry. House Bill 2053 is identical to the direct primary care Senate Bill 800. The three amendments are the ones we talked about before. They just seek to clarify the role employers may play in obtaining these direct primary care agreements for their employees. And those three amendments ensure that all parties to the agreements know what services are provided for under the agreement. The Fourth Amendment, which we also killed in my bill, is not present. So for those reasons, I now move that we adopt the governor's recommendation with regard to Amendments 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, noes 0, Rule 36-1. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 50, House Bill 2101.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that the senator from Southern Fairfax and the senator from Henrico worked so heavily on, related to charity care and bringing forth the data for us. The governor has amended it that removes the word uninsured from the definition of charity care. This aligns with the current COPN law and practice. I hope we would agree with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 51, House Bill 2105.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the governor's recommendation. This recommendation is identical to the recommendation attached to the senator from Bedford's bill previously.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 51, House Bill 2149.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is dealing with the aircraft definition. It's a technical amendment, and I ask that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 52, House Bill 2163.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendments and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is identical to the senator from Russell's bill that we heard earlier. The bill basically brings in the Board of Veterinary Medicine and also takes off the emergency clause. I hope we would agree with the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree with the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 53, House Bill 2245.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2245 is identical to Senate Bill 1371, previously agreed to, dealing with the Research Investment Committee. I move the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 54, House Bill 2289.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments. This bill gave courts the ability to order one of the spouses in a divorce to carry life insurance. The governor's amendment removes the ability of the court to eliminate the life insurance requirement under a change of circumstance occurring as a result of the payor's remarriage, and it makes other technical amendments. It's supported by the Family Law Coalition and makes a good bit of sense.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators decided to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The recommendations are agreed to. The Senate will stand at ease. Will come to order. The senator from James City County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications from the House of Delegates, and we will take other business up in a moment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the communication is waived.
Mr. President?
The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been recorded as voting in the affirmative by which the Senate adopted the governor's amendments to HB 2245, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to on House Bill 2245, be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, I would move that the bill be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Which gentleman? Would the gentleman from
Mecklenburg
yield for a question?
I yield.
He yields, Senator.
And I apologize for not paying. The Virginia Research Investment Committee, is that related to Go Virginia?
The senator from Mecklenburg.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, indirectly, yes. They work closely together, but they are a separate organization.
Senator from Fairfax.
Further question.
Would the gentleman yield for an additional question?
I yield.
He yields, Senator.
So is this part of VEDP? I mean, is this yet another economic development agency? I mean, what is this?
Senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was put together last year to deal with, in the realm of research, which has fallen through the crack. The partnership deals with recruiting and recruiting industry, new industries, but they do not deal much with research. Go Virginia was not prepared to go forward, but there is some cross-pollination between the two.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The recommendations are agreed to. The senator from James City County.
Okay, never mind. Page 55, House Bill 2336.
The senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Okay. Mr. President, this is the bill that actually 2336 is the bill that is the masking bill that is currently practiced by DMV that allows DMV to be able to remove law enforcement's names from the reports, and the amendments are technical in nature as far as complying with that, with what DMV requires.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 39, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 54, House Bill 2297.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the governor's amendment. All this does is modify. This has to do with giving notice on application of an oyster ground, and he's changing it to all the members of a homeowners association to the board of the HOA, and I believe it mirrors the bill that the junior senator from Virginia Beach carried.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 55, House Bill 2336. No, we've already done that one, sorry. Page 55, House Bill 2367.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is dealing with the Virginia Port Authority. You heard this earlier today. It's identical to the senator from Hampton. It is adding Virginia inland ports and Richmond ports as key components and giving them a voting member on that board. And the change was inadvertently left off the bill, and I'd ask that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 56, House Bill 2383, Amendment Number 2 only.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are left with Amendment Number 2 from the House, which they shockingly adopted. Mr. President, I would move that Amendment Number 2 be rejected, just as we did on the companion bill that I carried with the senator from Eastern Fairfax. This would allow them to dump about another 500 million gallons of raw sewage into the river before they fix it in Alexandria. So I'd ask we reject this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes, Mr. President, speaking in favor of the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
I would just point out, while the amendment passed 100 to 0 in the other body, that if we were to pass this bill, I understand the governor would sign it into law, and then there would be a strict deadline, enforceable deadline, of when Alexandria would clean up this problem. Without this amendment, I don't know if the governor will sign the bill or take other action, leading the possibility of having no deadline. So I would urge the body to vote for the amendment and establish a deadline.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Speaking to the amendment, Mr. President.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I watched the floor debate in the House on this a few minutes ago. It was interesting because this was the second amendment. I think some people got confused, which actually came up during the floor debate in any event. But while we were sitting here, I got an email from a person I know who lives in the city of Alexandria, and she wrote an email to another colleague of ours on the other side. And just so you guys don't think she's some conservative Republican trolling a Democrat, I looked up her voting history to make sure she lived in the city, and she did. And she voted in 10 Democratic primaries. And this is what she wrote. Many of us who will be paying for the sewer repair think it is outrageous that extensions to a reasonable timeline are being sought by the city. This is a health issue, and it is inexcusable that nothing has been done to fix it, and the General Assembly has been required to light a fire under the city's lack of actions. A private developer would be laughed at if she said it could not be done in the time frame set by the General Assembly. City Council has only 7 votes, and many citizens are opposed to the extension. I do not think you should be carrying council's wishes on this issue. Scott Surville is rightfully as upset as any Republican, and I do not see this as a partisan issue. I hope you're well. So Mr. President, I think we were right to reject the Second Amendment. Hope that doesn't hurt the chances on this bill, but I hope everybody votes the same way we voted about 4 hours ago during the Albo retirement speeches on the other side.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 13, noes 25, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 13, noes 25, Rule 36-1. The amendment is rejected.
Page 57, House Bill 2386.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, this is the companion to Senator Stanley's Senate Bill 854 that we adopted the governor's amendments to earlier, and accordingly, I'd move that we adopt the governor's recommendations.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sturville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we rejected the Second Amendment to House Bill 2383 on page 56, I'd move that we could reconsider that vote so that a vote could be recorded.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the amendment was rejected be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Stafford. You could make a motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
All good.
I would move that we reject that amendment just as we did.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 14, noes 25. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 14, noes 25. Rule 36-1. The recommendation is rejected.
Page 58, House Bill 2390.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2390 set up a pilot program for power purchase agreements with nonprofit and private colleges in the Allegheny Power Service Territory. What the governor's amendments does is exempt Old Dominion Power. They have a small section of the area that they provide utilities, and also puts a sunset on it for 5 years so that the Council of Independent Colleges can evaluate the program and maybe have a chance to actually revisit and expand the program. With that explanation, I move that we concur with the governor's recommendations.
Thank you, Senator. Good. The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
On page 59, House Bill 2474. 71, I'm sorry.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that, this is a companion bill to the senator from Mecklenburg. It's the comprehensive restructuring of Virginia Economic Development Partnership in the aftermath of the review by JLARC. A number of changes are made to the qualification for the board, an emergency clause so that the new board will be put in place a little more quickly, and a couple of other measures previously explained by the senator from Mecklenburg. I move that we accept these recommendations.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, inquire of the clerk, does that complete all of the bills for consideration on governor's amendments or vetoes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
A point of personal privilege, and I would respectfully ask that no member leave the chamber.
Thank you, Senator.
If I could invite the senior senator from Fairfax and the senator from Bedford to please join me at the dais.
President, it hasn't escaped us that this is probably going to be the last time, unless there's a special session, that you preside over the Senate. And I wanted to, express appreciation on the part of the members of the Senate of Virginia. When you got sworn in, is that working too? When you got sworn in, 39 months ago, I'm sure you never thought that you'd be, here and ready to go for hopefully some more time. But on behalf of at least almost half, we wish you a whole lot of luck over the next over the next 9 months. The people on the other side wish you a lot of luck, but not too much. But really, you've done a great job. You succeeded a fellow who did a great job, Bill Bowling, and you've kept up tradition. We've had some really fine lieutenant governors. It's been, going back with, Bowling and before him, Tim Kaine. So, again, we wish you luck. You've done a great job, and you've continued the tradition of never having lost a tie vote. So again, thank you for the great job that you've done. Senator Norman has something to present to you.
Thank you, Senator.
See if Senator
Where'd he go?
Mr. President, I practiced being up here many times, but you never allowed me the opportunity. It's nice from up here. Sometimes. Well, I just want to say, we've had a lot of good lieutenant governors. I think that you and probably Bill Bowling, the best running this facility that I've ever seen. Beyond that, though, it's more about the person you are. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. You're very sincere, loving, kind. You really care about this body you have from the moment that you got here. Your intellect is really extraordinary. We really appreciate you. We certainly will miss you from the day you leave. Thank you for your kindness to us, and thank you for all the caring that you've given to the Senate.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. President, there was probably no one on either side of this aisle that had greater expectations of you than I did. And that's because of the common camaraderie that we both shared and developed at Virginia Military Institute. And all of the accolades that are deservedly shared on you come as no surprise to me. Your management skills, your demeanor, even when you were chagrined under pressure, was always very complimentary. And as I never read the newspapers because I have just disdain for them. But as they wrote in a newspaper recently, an article that clearly identified you, and it indicated that the Institute would be heard from again today, and that focused very much on you, Mr. President. I know when you first came and were serving as the lieutenant governor, the presiding officer, you thought you were going through the rat line again. And there were times when both sides made that a little more challenging. But I think most of all, many of us have come to value your friendship, and that transcends any political barriers that may exist. And I do wish you the best going forward. As the infamous Senator Russ Potts said, your friends want you to do well, but don't do too well on that. So I bless you and your family, and I know that your family has gone through this with you. And on behalf of all of the members of the Senate of Virginia, we have this memento, if I can ever get it up here. And I promise you, Mr. President, that if you guard this one with vigilance, no one will steal it.
That's great. Thanks. My own gavel. Thank you all. There.
One. One other thing, he wasn't just the lieutenant governor, he was also, and not just a doctor, he was also a pediatric neurologist.
Thank you all, Senator Norman, Saslaw, and Newman, and all the rest of you. I think just like you all have experienced, being able to serve the Commonwealth of Virginia, there's no greater privilege and honor, and it has truly been an honor for me to serve, starting in the Senate in 2008, and then having the privilege of being your all's Lieutenant Governor. I would also just kind of like to take this opportunity to thank Susan and your staff. It's been a great ride here, and 10 years in the Senate, and you all have made it a lot of what it is. So Susan and your staff, thank you all so much for that. And then to all 40 senators in here, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, I consider all of you my friends. I really do. And, of course, we don't always agree, and that's a good thing. We can agree to disagree. But we're all here to do what's in the best interest of this Commonwealth, and we do live in the best state and in the greatest country in this world. And I have really enjoyed getting to know all of you and your families, and I know what it's like to leave your home and be here and to serve the Commonwealth. But no matter what happens this year, I'm going to give it my best. But at the end of the day, I can really say that you are my friends, and I will always cherish that. And there may be a picture of me here so you can remember me. There may be a picture somewhere else, but I look forward to I look forward to continuing my relationship and my friendship with all of you, and I wish really all of you the best, and to your families, and Godspeed, and God bless all of you all. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Tommy. You bet.
Are we done?
What do you do with a hammer? The Senate will come to order. The senator from James City County.
If perhaps I could have everyone's attention for just a moment. Assuming that we have two very eager volunteers, which I am thinking of, it would perhaps be Senator Chase and Senator McClellan, just because they happen to be in reasonable striking distance. We could entertain, much to your sorrow, a motion to adjourn sine die, except that would kill all the remaining bills that the House of Delegates is still considering. And I think that that might tweak them and make them just mildly chagrined if we did that. So consequently, it only takes two individuals to adjourn sine die. And on behalf of the other 38 of us, I thank you for volunteering in your spirit. It is very generous of you.
Speaker. That's wonderful. So we're real proud of you. Look forward to working with you. Thank you. The desk will receive it. Thank you and best to you. All right, Senator Chase.
Great.
In memory of Pocahontas
That's right.
and Booker T. Washington.
There you go.
Very good. The question is, shall the Senate adjourn, sine die, in memory of Pocahontas and Booker T. Washington? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is adjourned, sine die. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah.